All right. So good evening again, or good afternoon again. We are calling the Committee of the Whole to order today on Monday, November 6, 2023 at just a couple of minutes after 4 p.m. And I will ask, I can't remember now, who's going to do our landing now. Councillor Baines, please.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Before even the Ice Age, 10,000 years ago, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and even as local as the Petun around Osler Bluff. These are groups who cared for their families and communities the way we now seek to care for ours. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and respects all of the nation-to-nation agreements that have formed relationships with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. The reality of our shared history, the current contributions of Indigenous peoples within our community, and seeks to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better, to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you very much for that. So we have the adoption of the agenda. That the content of the Committee of the Whole agenda for November 6, 2023 be adopted as amended. T 2023-22, 2024 operational and capital budget draft number 2, staff report and recommendation added. PRC 2023-05, urban forestry, hiring of coordinator forestry, staff report and recommendation added. And PRC 2023-04, an update to unopened road allowances and public water access locations, staff report and recommendation added. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Vice Chair Doherty and Councillor Houston, any other comments or other business to go on our agenda? This one's long enough. All right, all those in favor, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I find the Code of Conduct reasonable person test is applicable for item 5.4 PRC 2023-04, so I will step away from the committee's entertainment and consideration of that item.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll give you time to recuse yourself when we get to that matter. So given the timelines that we're going to break for 30 minutes at 4:30 in consultation with the clerk, we're going to begin with number 6, the departmental updates. And so we'll start with the OLT appeal updates, and I'll turn it over to CEO Skinner.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I'll just take a second to get, there we go. There are 2 updates today, one about 452 Raglan Street, the second about 295 Mountain Road, which is also called Panorama North. So the first item, which I'm doing on behalf of Director Valentine, who is unexpectedly away today, is 452 Raglan Street, Indigo 2. So further to the oral ruling issued at the Ontario Land Tribunal settlement hearing on July 24th of this year, the OLT has now issued its written decision. That was on October 17th, and the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for this address have been approved. If anyone would like to read the full OLT written decision, it is available on their website, and that's www.olt.gov.on.ca. Our Planning Services Division has noted that the proposed development still will require further planning applications and approvals to facilitate the subdivision agreement and the registration of subdivision before the development can proceed. So you will see more of 452 Raglan Street, Indigo 2. The second update is for 295 Mountain Road, also known as Panorama North. So as Council was previously informed, the zoning bylaw amendment approved by Council on June the 5th of this year for this location was appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal on July 5th of this year by Lafarge Canada Inc. A case management conference was held on November 3rd, where counsel for the appellant and the applicant confirmed that they expect to reach agreement within the next week on a settlement. The details remain confidential between the applicant and the appellant at this time, but the expected settlement may simply result in a withdrawal of the appeal with no further role for the tribunal and no change to counsel's existing rezoning decision. The applicant's counsel has agreed to provide an update to the parties and the Ontario Land Tribunal by November 13th, 2023, and the OLT has set aside December 1st of this year for a second case management conference if it is needed. So future updates regarding the status of this appeal will be provided at a future committee meeting as they become available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. And just because Treasurer Quinlan has to be here for much of it anyway, I'm going to jump to 6.3 and invite Manager West to come up with respect to the 31 St. Marie Street parking space review. Welcome.
Thank you, members of council, Chair Jeffrey. Sorry, I was caught off guard. I didn't think I'd be coming this quickly. So there we go. Yeah, so are the slides up and in front of everyone?
It'll just be 1 second.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm jumping around on them, so I'm wreaking havoc with the. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, so this is meant to be a fairly simple and straightforward update in regards to what staff are completing in regards to the parking stall concerns at 31 St. Marie Street. We moved on. So staff have reviewed the parking stalls as per council's direction outlined back in October 2023. We've reviewed in person and then also noting TAC, MTO design supplements, and the town's parking bylaws as well. We've also met with the bylaw department, and they've also completed actually parking utilization at Lot D, which is across the street at 48 St. Marie Street as well. That's really just because there was some questions regarding what kind of parking utilization is actually, can we see at this location as well? So we felt that was relevant information to have as well. Just to give a short summary, we'll go over today why staff feel that it's not supported to remove the parking stalls at this location. But though we do have some recommendations in terms of how we can improve the existing conditions and try to improve that perceived risk of entering and exiting that private entrance as well. Next slide, please. So here we can see the, just making sure I'm looking at the same thing. So we can see here the area in front of 31 St. Marie Street. The minimums that are, I guess, required within the parking bylaw are twofold, I guess, that you can see here. One is 3 meters and maintaining that offset from the fire hydrant located to the north of this entrance or on the left side and side of that image. So those parking stalls are located 3 meters away from that fire hydrant. On the other side, on the south side of the entrance, we're showing a 1.6 meter offset from the driveway, edge of the driveway to the parking stalls on the south side of the road. I want to say that we were not able to find the setback requirement within the parking bylaw, but typical guidance and guidelines on parking locations when offset from a driveway note that you should be maintaining a minimum of 1 meter from a driveway, just to allow for that maneuverability in and out of that entrance as well. So keeping that angle as well. So next slide, please. This is now showing the actual parking stall in front of 33 St. Marie Street. So again, just showing those 1 meter minimums on either side of the stall and 7 meters space in terms of the actual car itself. So again, you're maintaining that turning radius of entering and exiting the entrance, and plenty of space within the stall as well. So again, just reasonings behind why staff would not recommend removal of the stall. It is legal and conforming to all of our current parking guidelines. Next slide, please. Here is the stall in front of 31 St. Marie Street. So this is where now things are a little bit tighter. Again, it's not actually within the parking bylaw. You'll notice at the very north end of that car currently parked there, 0.7 meters from the driveway to the north of 31 St. Marie Street. So this isn't actually the driveway of 31 St. Marie. It's the property to the north of that location. But they are showing that there is still sufficient room for a parked vehicle, maintaining offsets from the fire hydrant, and still a slightly reduced from the 1 meter recommended in terms of offset from the driveway on the north side. So next slide, please. So this is where we now get into what we could see as a proposed condition. So because the parking stalls, again, possibly on the stall to the north, there was some minor not meeting quite the guidelines, I suppose, not necessarily the rules involved, but guidelines they weren't quite meeting. But there was still sufficient room to get in and out of these stalls and room to maneuver around them. So what we could see as another potential solution would be delineating and narrowing those lanes, those drive lanes. So what you see here is just sort of a visual of that white line drawn on the road, the traveled road itself would delineate a 3 meter traveled lane. And by doing that, we leave 1.4 meters of space between the parked cars and the traveled lane itself. So what that does is it helps to provide almost a buffer zone for the vehicles entering and exiting that private entrance. And that line could be painted right up and down St. Marie as well, not just in this certain location. So this also provides a second benefit as well by providing narrower lanes. It does try to naturally slow vehicle operating speeds as well. Next slide, please. So this is just now an aerial view of what that might look like as well. We heard the concerns that were spoken to about there's a perceived risk and danger of when you pull out of that parking spot, you can't see on either direction because there's large vehicles parked in those stalls. So if they're able to, again, that lane has been narrowed, you would expect those cars to be traveling within the traveled lane. You can now pull your nose of the car out towards that lane and be able to see both directions and as you can see in the image below, much better lines of sight in terms of looking north or looking south, greater than 100 meters in terms of approaching vehicles coming in those locations as well before they're able to safely leave their entrance. Next slide, please. So the other data we just wanted to present as well was that although we weren't able to get a parking utilization of the street parking, we do know that those are well-used parking spots. Parking lot D that you can see on the bottom 2 lines on October 18th and 19th, that was a parking utilization study that the bylaw department completed on October 18th and 19th. Really what it's just trying to say is, in simpler terms, is about 67% of the parking lot is utilized, which is fairly well used during that peak kind of lunch hour time that you might see during a weekday. Next slide, please. So just in conclusion, there are benefits of street parking. They provide retail and businesses the ability to have their customers be close to their businesses, and helps improve be accessible to those businesses as well. Street parking is a common feature that one does expect in most downtown cores. It is an existing condition that has been unchanged for, we think, about 10 years or more. There was some improvements some changes that did occur with the downtown revitalization project within the last 10 years. But we don't have any data or information on parking related collisions within this area either. There's a general expectation that drivers should be capable of navigating around parked cars when accessing private or parked driveways. Entering into the right-of-way always involves an exposure of risk or an inherent risk. But there is some expectation that those road users should be able to manage those risks when they're on the road as well. Removal of the parking stalls certainly, is within council's right. It may cause or set a precedent, which could result in similar types of requests from other residences, whether or not removal of those stalls might be justified. So really, and if the stall is removed, staff would, have to do some sort of other improvements in that area just to ensure that it's not parked in illegally now, if it isn't identified as a parking stall, unless some sort of physical measure is used to remove that parking stall, whether they're planter boxes, then the bylaw department might be challenged with non-compliance and people parking in those previous stalls illegally now, if there's not any indication that they are a permitted parking stall. Finally, again, just there would be a loss of revenue. Apologies. But yeah, given the review, staff aren't supportive of removal of these parking stalls. Next slide, please. That's it. Oh, my apologies. Okay, there should have been one final thing. We did have just some ideas on next steps, though, of moving forward with this issue that's been identified by the resident. We would like to continue to engage with the residents in terms of outlining those next steps. We would also want to complete that line painting project as well. That would be done as part of the next maintenance contract that's being done in terms of line painting. And an ongoing operational plan item has also been the need for a parking policy and guidelines for assessing existing and on-street proposed parking in the area as well. So staff will continue to work on that and hopefully come to council in the future with that policy and guideline as well when we're able.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you for the thorough report. Are there any questions, Councillor Bates?
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. This opens up a can of worms, obviously. Are there any complaints from the owner of 29, I would assume, which would be the one to the north of 31, which by all accounts, at least by the photographs there, would have had a tougher time exiting than presumably the owner of 31.
Staff did speak with all the residences that would be affected by that parking stall removal. It seemed that 31 St. Marie was the only one. Apologies, the only resident vocal about those stalls are unsafe and should be removed. Again, I don't know if I can go on the record, but the verbal account that we received was that no, they haven't seen any issue with those stalls to date, and that they are fairly well used stalls, and they provide parking for potential clients and their staff as well. So,
Thank you. And a follow-up question, just if I may, as whether it is possible, I suppose, to reduce the length of the one stall in front of 31, or does that set, as I assume it would, a precedent elsewhere in town? If for that one parking spot, if you reduce the length, the painted length.
Through the chair, as long as the parking stall meets all the various, I believe it'd be the zoning bylaw provisions for street parking, then I'm sure we can look at modifying the length of that stall.
Other questions? Yep, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. I have a couple. The lines that were painted that showed the spaces, if I can call it, on either side, were they, I know sometimes our paint fades away over the seasons. Is there any chance the problem was that the lines had faded away and people were parking where they shouldn't have been?
Excellent question. Through the chair, I don't have the answer as to when those stalls were last updated or repainted, I guess, through the line painting maintenance contract. They did seem to be fairly visible as of this year, but I can't say with any certainty as to what they looked like in previous years when that issue would have been raised by the resident.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, I was wondering if the picture could come back up of the street showing the notional line of where it would be. Because I just wanted to ask you a question.
We'll have Jenny pop that up for us.
Would that be slide number 7, possibly?
Yeah, that one there. Oh, yeah, that one. So
yep.
The 1.4 meters, okay, this is a really off the wall thought. So what if the 1.4 was against the curb and it became a bicycle lane? And then it would, it would give people coming out of the driveways, they'd have lots of room to see what's coming, because there'd be a, either a bicycle or, the 1.4 meter gap, which would be the bike lane. I did a quick Google search while you were speaking, and Mr. Google says bike lane should be 1.5 meters. So we'd be short 4 inches. But anyway, I was wondering, is this worth going back to staff for further thought, or have you given consideration to that already?
Through the chair, there has been some consideration on whether bike facilities could be included. As Mayor Hamlin points out, that it is very close to the needed width. The problem with including a formal bike lane is that the OTC guidelines provide additional recommendations on setbacks and buffers when it comes to on-street parking nearby bike lanes as well. So the short answer there is that if you have, let's say, 2.5 meters of street parking, then when cars are opening their doors, there's a certain inherent risk of a cyclist not seeing that door being open and a risk of it becoming a conflict. So the OTC recommends a 1 meter buffer, I guess, essentially from street parking as well. So basically you'd need a 2.5 meter parking lane, a 1 meter buffer, and then your 1.5 meter bike lane as well. But that so I'd like to pull up that guideline that the OTC has before I keep going, but that is the general recommendations in terms of bike lanes with street parking beside it as well.
So I'll just finish off by saying I know that would be the perfect as you've described it, But it just seemed to me, looking at it, it would mean either the cyclist is going to be going along the driver's side with no bike lane and getting the door, or they have a chance because there'd be a 1.4 meter bike lane. So I guess what I would like to suggest is this go back to staff for consideration of whether the objectives could be achieved by creating a bike lane instead of just having an empty space at 1.4 meters.
All right. And I see Director Slama has her card up. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Mayor Hamlin and the rest of council. Like, I would like to respectfully ask that council if we could make a decision on the parking spot. Like, I think what Mayor Hamlin has brought forward is an idea and something that we can look into. And I also, in my mind, it is something that we may find that we touch through the transportation master plan, and and we'll have some opportunities with our engineering standards. So I think I would ask if there's an opportunity to come to a decision about the parking spot. That would be preferred, and we could look at these other opportunities of how to accommodate cycling facilities through our transportation master plan.
So thank you, Director Slama. So either direction would require a notice of motion. So we would, if you would like to give a notice of motion, simply to have that considered going forward as opposed to specific with the removal of the parking spot. So I have a couple. Are there more questions? Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I was pretty sure on what I wanted to say until Mayor Hamlin spoke, but I do like the thought process of that, but I think we need to make a decision on the parking space. And my thought when this was first presented to us was, let's get rid of the parking spot, but it's not up now. But one of the slides that showed once that line is put on the road, how much vision it buys you pulling out of the spot. So I have actually changed my mind. I do like the proposal with the lines. I do like the idea of somehow incorporating a bike lane in there somehow down the road. I don't think we need to deal with that today.
Councillor Perry, no, I don't think we'll do any comments on the bicycle lane now. We'll allow Councillor Hamlin to bring a notice of motion, and we'll just speak specific. So I have one specific question for Manager West in terms of that line. In the winter, that will not be effective, correct?
Through the chair, it may be, would it be effective? Assuming our roads are plowed and salted, they may not be very visible on certain snowy days. But once the roads are plowed and salted, they should still be visible on most winter days as well.
Okay, thank you. So I have Vice Chair Doherty and then Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Chair. I will just actually echo Councillor Perry's remarks. My initial feeling was take the spot away, but in particular that you have illustrated how the sight lines could be improved. And then the secondary benefit, of course, is a narrower lane. So it's introducing a traffic calming feature, which is something that, we generally in this municipality are looking to or looking forward to seeing more of. There are still possibilities for some consideration to some sort of cycling feature during the transportation master planning process. So I'm supportive of staff's recommendation here.
Okay. Twice.
If I may, specifically, when this first came up, I had suggested, and thank you, Chair Jeffrey, the concept of a bike rack actually in this spot rather than a parking space. Mm-hmm. And I still think that deserves consideration, but I would throw it back, if you will, to the review of the master transportation plan, because I think if you did do that sort of a one-off and stuck it in there now, it wouldn't necessarily fit with an overall theme of dealing with the bigger problem. I think I'd still like to see it as a potential option in the future, but for this specific circumstance now, I would not be in support of that. I think I would support that it remain as a parking spot as it is now. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, at the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I too am ready to sway over to what's being recommended by staff. I had the initial thought as well of eliminating the slot, but I do take heed in what you brought up, which was if you're putting a line on there to help solve this problem, we better make sure that we're keeping it exposed. So I'd like to just make sure that it's kind of highlighted to our excellent snow plowing staff that if there is a situation that's they can keep that as exposed as possible, that would be great.
Okay. And Councillor Ring?
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. It's more for clarification. The also that we're hearing from Manager West now and staff, I think is a good compromise, but I don't think it's really solving the problem that Mrs. Akinili came with. That's solving a problem getting in and out of the parking spot in front of their business. But I think her concern was coming out if she had to back out of the drive behind their building. They still have to get out almost right onto the road before they can start seeing traffic. So are we really alleviating the problem that she has?
Okay. And I'll just add on to that too. I wasn't under the understanding that there was a request for 2 spots. There was a request for 1, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Director Slama?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Ring. I would just remind Council that, of course, this situation exists at almost every driveway entrance in town, right? There's quite a few locations where whether it's a commercial entrance or exit or a private, and there's parking spots on either side. So I think we tried to look at it from, what is the option that would provide the best visibility, and I think Manager West, you made a comment about some of the responsibilities of the driver, and ensuring that they're doing their due diligence and trying to and operating their vehicle in the best way they can.
Okay. You're good? That's been clarified? Okay. All right. So then I would just comment that I think it's okay to give this a try to see how it goes. When I hearken back to our decisions in terms of patios, and we shut down 3 consecutive spots on a street with no extra lot, it's nothing to do with safety, but we facilitate that. When I think a request like this for safety is made, that it's something we should be really considering to benefit the person asking. So for now, I think it can come back again, but for now, I guess I'll support as long as the line's going to be cleared, and the line will go up this season. And otherwise, I think that, yeah, Manager West.
That unfortunately, I think that might be challenging to. I'd have to go speak with our public works staff in terms of the next line painting program. But maybe I can refer that to the director as well. But it may not be possible to be done before the December season.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with Manager West. At this time, we don't have any further line painting scheduled for this year, so it may be a challenge to have someone come out just to do that one line before the end of 2024. We were looking at the first line painting, or sorry, before the end of 2023, we're looking at the first line painting in 2024.
Okay. That's a new twist. So I'm just looking at the clerk here because if I'm not able to do a motion this evening, it has to be a notice motion too. All right, so I'm simply going to do a notice of motion that I will ask council to consider temporarily putting the cover over so the parking spot can't be used until we can get to the painting solution, because I'm just kind of concerned about asking the resident to acquiesce to our solution, which cannot be done until next spring. So that will be my ask, is to take one of the spots that helps the situation the best and to temporarily take it out of service until we can do the other. Okay. All right. Any other comments with that? If not, we're going to break. Toot to sweet. You go.
Just one fact-based piece. One of the counselors, thank you, Chair. One of the counselors, I believe Councillor Ring, had mentioned that the person would be backing out of this driveway onto the street. It's actually a parking lot, as I understand, that the person is entering. So they would enter the parking lot and every likelihood come out frontwards. This is not a place where you're forced to back out onto the street, just as a fact.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And you have a notice of motion as well?
Yeah, should I do it now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so here's my what I wanted to say is I'm going to slightly change it because I don't think we need, and this will be, I guess, my motion, a master transportation plan to draw a line down St. Marie. And in fact, our current cycling plan, master plan, which I've just opened up, does speak about bike lane on St. Marie Street. And there's lots of hints for staff currently on how that could happen. So I think my notice of motion would be for staff to report back before the line is drawn on St. Marie on the possibilities of the line being drawn in such a place as to provide a bike lane.
Okay, we have your notice and we can have our wordings tweaked as always by our awesome clerk. All right. All right. So with that, we are going to recess now. Thank you very much, Manager West. Those processes will take us into other meetings to do the motions and to give direction to staff. So thank you for your work. It was great. So we're going to recess now till 5:10 because I believe we do not have any scheduled deputations. All right. So 5:10, we'll be back here. Thank you. Right. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start 3 minutes early. We'll take advantage. Everybody's here on time this evening. Well done. So I gave our treasurer the heads up that we'll complete departmental updates. So we'll go into the investment policy and general investment information from Treasurer Quinlan.
You did give me a heads up, but I was still sitting in my seat, so I apologize.
Oh, that's okay.
But we do have a presentation coming up. So I'll just start by saying, in terms of a background here, we're gonna review the investment policy, what sort of investments we have today, and what the outlook of those investments are over the next few years. And you can move to the next slide, please, Jenny. So as I mentioned, the town of Collingwood has an investment policy that follows the rules and framework of the Municipal Act, sections 418 and 418.1. There's a policy statement written on the slide, and it basically shares that the town strives to receive the greatest return on their surplus funds while ensuring to maintain the protection and preservation of the capital. And of course, it follows all the statutory requirements included under the Municipal Act. The policy is in place mostly to ensure the integrity of the investments that we make, of course, because what we're dealing with is public funds. Next slide, please. With respect to the policy, again, there are three standards of care. There's prudence, which means that the investment shall be made with judgment and care, and consider the probable safety of the capital that we have invested. Ethics and conflicts of interest, and basically that states that for the officers and employees, so myself and the CAO for that matter, who are involved in the investment process, that we would refrain from personal business with any of the organizations that we invest with. And finally, there's responsibility and delegation of authority. And basically what the policy states is that the treasurer is responsible for prudent investments of the municipality's funds, including selection and regular monitoring of those investments. The annual report that we provide to council, we include all the information that goes along with the investments, ensuring compliance with the policy and the regulations included in the Municipal Act, reporting to town council as required in the reporting section of the policy, which is our annual report. That we obtain adequate insurance coverage to guard against any losses that could occur due to misappropriation, theft, or acts of fraud with respect to the municipality's financial assets. And finally, where applicable or where needed, obtaining legal advice with respect to proposed investments, which might be deemed to be in the interest of the municipality. Next slide, please. So right now, essentially our portfolio is managed based on three types of investments, and I'll say two types of investments and then our cash that's in the bank as well. As members of council are aware, there are very strict guidelines as to what a municipality can invest in. For the most part, outside of the one fund, the principal must be protected. So there's no opportunity for the municipality to invest in equity without that being included in the one fund. So right now we have two major investment vehicles, and of course what sits in our bank account. We have principal protected notes, and we're going to get into the definitions of those and how they work. GICs, or guaranteed investment certificates, which I think most people are familiar with. And finally, our bank balance with about $40 million there today. Next slide, please. So what is a PPN? So that's a principal protected note. So you're going to hear me say PPN a lot because saying that is a bit of a tongue twister. So I'll continue with PPN. But essentially what it means is that when you purchase a PPN, the note is measured on the day of purchase against the index price of that day. And that these investments are principally protected. So there's no opportunity to lose the principal. It maintains its integrity in full throughout the life of the investment. They are measured on equity markets, but we have the ability to invest in them because of the principal protection of the note itself. So you're going to hear a lot of different terms. So on the next page, or on the next slide, pardon me, when it comes to the slide. So I'd like to just give you some definitions of the key terms. So protection at maturity essentially means that the principal is guaranteed. There's no opportunity for that principal to reduce. It stays the same. Participation at maturity. So there's several different types of PPNs, but in this case, when you see participation at maturity, it means that the interest earned will be based on the participation factor that's included. So for example, if the index that you're measured against goes up by 10% and you have a participation factor of 100%, you will receive 10% interest on that investment. If the index, for example, still went up by 10%, but you had a participation factor of 255%, you would get 25.5% interest on that investment. So I'm hoping that makes sense. An auto call coupon means that if the index has changed, it's either the same or greater than the day you booked the investment, the bank will pay you based on that auto call date. So for example, sorry, Councillor. Sorry. So for example, we have a few notes where we have auto call dates. Generally, they're within 3 to 4 years of the actual investment maturity date. And if on that date, and it's a date that's labeled in the note information or in the note package when you purchase it, if on that date, your index value is greater than what the index value was when you booked it, you receive what the auto call coupon is. Coupon meaning the interest rate that you would receive. Next slide, please. So on this slide, what it shows is a breakdown of the PPNs, or the principal protected notes that we have. You'll note that they have decreased slightly year over year from the year ending of 2022 to where we're at today in 2023. And that's because two of the notes in particular are called return on capital notes. And essentially what that return on capital means is on an annual basis, we receive 5% of the original investment back in cash, which allows us to reinvest those funds in different vehicles and earn interest on that as well. It doesn't mean that our principal or that our interest is calculated in any different way. Your principal is still calculated based on the original investment that you've made. And as you can see, and I'm sure, it alarms people when you look at the market value is considerably lower and has continued to take a bit of a kicking in the market today. But I think what's really important to understand, and what the key thing about these investments is that the index for which these investments are measured against has declined at a much smaller rate. So if I look at the average of the PPNs that we have today, the index has actually gone down by about 7%. In comparison to what you can see here, it's well into the 20% decline. The actual index has not declined by that great amount. Although I get that it can be concerning when you look at it from that perspective, we have a long way to go with maturity on many of these investments. It isn't expected. It's not necessarily a plan in place to sell these investments midway. I suppose if the market value went up extremely well and we needed the cash a little more in advance, or we felt that the market was going to pay better, we would sell them in advance. But at this time, obviously, that wouldn't work out for us so well, because of course the bank will only give back what, at a minimum, and they base it on what they could resell it for. Just to give you a little bit more history too, we do have a ton of back testing on these notes. From a historical standpoint, back to 1987, 94% of those that were auto callable were called. So 94% received the early call that we talked about earlier. And the remaining 6% of which that did not get called had a positive return, or 5.58%. So although PPNs can be based on many different types of indices, these PPNs are based on the banks. So what we've done essentially is said, we're waiting to see that the banks are going to make money, which in general is very high. And if I compared the average of the big 6 banks' index prices over the last 20 years, it's gone up by over 550%. If you compare that to the TSX and the S&P, they've only gone up by 185%. So there's a huge difference, or a huge amount, there's a big difference there, but there's also a lot of comfort, I would say, in the bank's index prices. Next slide, please. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure I got all my points there. Finally, the other investment type we have is a GIC, or a guaranteed investment certificate. I think it basically does as it says. It guarantees the amount of interest that you can receive on the investment on the day you book it. So in some cases, we've booked fairly early on, 2022, early on, 3.49 and 2.91 are the first two that were booked, and they are at a rate, although today a GIC rate is about 5.8 or 5.9. It is not a great rate when you look at it from that perspective. At the time, the GIC rates were at about 1.5, 1.7. In comparison, the final two that you see on this chart, they are higher because they had a cashable portion. So we cashed in after 90 days in some cases, or 6 months, and we're able to pick up that yield. So the bottom two are at 5.8% and 6.05%. I'll note that right now, what the analysts are saying the banks are going to do over the next 12 months is much better than what they've done so far. And on average, what the analysts say are that the big banks will have a 12-month gain of 11.2%. It's never a guarantee, but certainly what the market is indicating today, especially considering the way the feds have reacted over the last portion of the interest rate hikes. I think what's maybe also important to note is that we're trying to base our investments on short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So for example, when we look at the PPNs, the indication is that those were the funds that we would need over time. For some of the cash flow information that we have developed and prepared, we can see the timing of when we need those funds to base ourselves for the projects that are going forward in terms of capital. Those are big dollar projects that we don't necessarily raise a lot of taxes for, but we do have the funds sitting in life cycle to cover. And those have been timed specifically to match that. The GICs are medium term in some ways, maybe a little bit short term on the less than a year ones that we have in place as well. They cover sort of the nearer term projects that are continuing, and then manage our finances and our cash flow from here to 18 months. So that's basically how we plan them out. So I think that's all I have. If we go to the next slide, I think it just says thank you. So I'm happy to answer some questions.
Okay. Questions for our treasurer, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey, through you to Treasurer Quinlan. Definition of participation at maturity. Is that the number of customers that buy the note on the same day we do?
No, actually it's not. So the participation at maturity is the percent of which you participate in the index gain. So it's what you are able to book based on the offering. So for example, if the index gained 10% from the time you booked your investment to the time that it matured, and you were participating at 100%, you would receive that 10% return. It can be higher and sometimes it can be lower, but just to give you an idea.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So other questions? Yep, Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you. And just following up on Councillor Baines' inquiry with regard to this participation rate. So is this something that you just arbitrarily do? Just say, I'd like to participate at 225%? Like there, what's the math behind that?
If I can, through you, your chair. So it's in the offerings that come from the investment organizations that we deal with. So we review the offerings that are available. We don't set the rate. The rates are what's available in the offering, similar to the way an interest rate would work for a GIC. So a GIC can be offered at, say 5% today. Then that's the offering that you get. What we do when we're looking at investments is we market it out to all of the major players. So we ask everybody what the rates are that they can provide us with, and we take the best rate for the time.
Yeah. All right. Any other? Oh, Mayor Hamlin? Yep.
I also have a question about the participation rate, and you gave us the 10% example. Is that 10% at the end? Is it compounded, or what exactly is it 10% of?
Your chair, yes. So it's 10% at that time. So for example, if the index went up at 10% and you held that for 5 years, then you would only receive 2% per year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Because obviously, if we were getting, through you, Madam Chair, 3% at a GIC, it'd be compounded, right?
Yeah. Treasurer Quinlan?
Yeah.
So if I may, it would be 3% per year. That's true. I'll in reference to that, at the time, the GIC rates were more like 1.4 or 1.5. 10% is just the number I am using. If we look at the last 20 years, that index has gone up. And I mean, 20 years is a long time. But if we looked at the last 20 years, that index on average has gone up by 550%. That includes the 2008 crisis and 2020. So it's a really long history of increase in terms of the index pricing.
I have a question for you, Madam Chair. What does it cost to sell what's the penalty if you sell a PPN before maturity?
If I may, Madam Chair. So the penalty is based on the market rate. So essentially, if we went back to the slides of the table, whatever the market rate is available is what we would receive. So in some cases, it would be quite high. Mm-hmm. For example, on one of our $10 million PPNs, if we wanted to sell it today, we would take a $900,000 loss.
I guess my comment, if I may, Madam Chair, is I'm actually quite concerned. We have 63 million in PPNs, and I mean, at the time, I'm sure it made sense, and we were still in the midst of COVID, and interest rates were low, and the hit on the banks over the last year has been, substantial. But for us right now, I mean, no one would suggest this, or I certainly wouldn't, that we cash out now and lose 14 million. But it wouldn't be, my pick if I was, guiding these to do any more of these and to get out of them when we have a chance. Personally, I invested in PPNs. Could have been 20 years ago. I forget now. It was a long time ago. I got my principal out, but that was it. And I thought I didn't like that experience, to tell the truth. So I know these are the risk. These are the risky ways to invest with the backstop of knowing you don't lose your principal. So the risk is the interest, but gee, if we were getting 3% on 63 million right now, it'd be almost 2 million a year, right? I mean, the swings are big. And anyway, I don't know if you need direction from council or how you like to proceed on that, but that would just be my thought. When we have an opportunity, let's, when we get our money back out and maybe some get out of these and just go back to the safe, steady, compounded interest. I don't know if the treasurer has any thought on that. Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Treasurer Quinlan.
If I may, Madam Chair. So I think what's important to sort of, recall is that, and I'm sure we've all made investments and weren't as happy as we could be. It's very dependent on the index that PPN was based on. I'm not sure what the index was that your PPN was based on. So that's one consideration. When I look at these investments, again, I will go back to, these are long-term. So some don't, we have maturity from 25 to 31. Our first call of maturity, so the very first one that we have showing here today is actually an increase right now. It's at 4.83% above. It's the one that's closest to maturity. So I hear the concern and I understand it. I just think that we have to remember that we're in it for the long haul. And when you look at this type of index, the banks make money. Yes, they took a hit this year because, you know, the way things have worked out for the entire year, I would say, between interest rates. You know, we had a war, we got a second war going on. I know that all those things can happen, but they definitely took a hit. But if you look again at the historical information and the level of the index from the last 20 years, it's still very high. It's much higher than the TSX or the S&P. So if anybody looked at their bond portfolio lately or any equity investments that they've made, if you look at the one fund today, you would see a decline. Everybody's in the, not that we want to be in the same boat, but everybody is in the same boat. The options at the time were very limited. And when I look at what the bank was earning at that time and in comparison to the GICs, it was less than 1%. Now, I understand if things don't work out our way by 2031 in some case or 2027, there's that opportunity lost. That is for sure. But I strongly feel that, we can't really throw the baby out with the bathwater yet. We're not there. If we got some gains, and we saw that, for example, that first one came back on the market and was at, 10.5 million. We would likely have the conversation about, let's see, let's take a look. Where are the interest rates? So we're constantly monitoring this. Where are the interest rates today? What could I reinvest in? What would be the difference? Do we need the cash? All those things. So I don't think, and I mean, I'm happy if council would like to proceed with direction on that. Staff would definitely look at that. I don't think we need direction to say flip them out when you can. It's definitely part of, the strategy, because if we can reinvest and earn more, of course, that is something we would do.
I'll just say one last
Yeah,
thing.
sure.
My last comment is, I think I'm just generally uncomfortable with public funds that we need for infrastructure and all the good things that we're responsible for being tied to the stock market. I think, I just have to say, and maybe it's just me, but I just have, a sense, it doesn't feel safe enough to me. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you. So through you to the treasurer, do we participate in the one investment program, which is specialized to municipalities and municipal governance and financial responsibility?
Treasurer Quinlan?
If I may, Chair. Yeah. We don't at this time participate in the One Fund. I am a member of a group called Prudent Investor, which is associated with the One Fund. There are updates to the policy that we need to make and bylaws that we need to work through to actually participate in it. But at this time, we haven't made those moves yet, as we're waiting for other investments to mature, and then we'd have to bring that to council.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. A lot of information to process in the verbal report. And so I did have some questions. I wondered if we could bring the slide back up that shows the chart of the various instruments and the reference, rather than me try to read a number off and reference. And that.
Slide 6,
so
please,
Jenny. In front of everybody. And then while we're doing that, will we be able to get a copy of this report?
I'm sure. Yes.
Sure.
Because I do expect I'll have some other questions, and what I'll do is I'll just say that I know when we have the minutes come to the council meeting, I can ask for it to be spoken to. So sure. I'll probably there. But what is wondering about is, because I followed what you said about participation at maturity. The one that shows there where the participation level is 70%. It's showing $9.5 million and participation at maturity. So if the index was 10%, as you presented the idea with the 255, does that mean we would get 7%?
I may, Madam Chair, that is correct. And also just share, this information is included in our investment report as well. That was presented back in May. So it's the same, just the market rates have been updated.
It's the chart it's the chart that I've been relying on when I've been trying to kind of understand it. And I recognize that some of the concern that I would think I'd be bringing to the table is a little bit of the case. Well, it's already a case where we have them. So from listening to the Treasurer's explanation, from the short-term and long-term planning aspects of things when you're looking at investing, it sounds to me like you're not looking to invest anything like a PPN long-term, because right now you have 64 million of the 134 you've got down as funds. You're saying 64 is invested. That's kind of a level that you're satisfied with. You're not looking to invest any further from a PPN standpoint?
If I may, Madam Chair. Not at this point. What we have in long-term funds is exactly what we need right now. So I would not do any additional long-term sort of investments at this point.
Yeah. So with this chart, the other is the auto call.
Yeah.
So if we look at that very first one at the top, the 10 million, and I believe the first call maturity that shows there for 25/04/17, that's at the bank's discretion, right? That's not our discretion.
If I may, Madam Chair. So it's based on the note or the investment tool that they're offering you. So there is a date that they decide. It's their offering, just like a GIC would be their offering.
It's their offering. Yes.
That's right.
So they make the decision. If they decided to, and the market value was below what we had invested, and they called it, then we would get 19% on that. Is that what the auto call coupon is referring to?
If I may, Madam Chair. So if on the date, so let's use that. Well, that's a great example. On April 17th, 2025, if the index was down, the investment would continue till its final maturity date of 2028. And then we would receive the 100% participation at maturity. If the index was ahead of what we booked, we would receive 19%.
If the bank called it. So it's a case of...
They don't have an option to call. They have to call on that date on April 17th if the index is greater.
If the index is greater, they have to call.
100%. Yes.
Okay. So
that's the terminology auto callable means. They don't have an option to not look at the index pricing on that date. Just like a bond portfolio works similarly.
So if the index at that point in time was 25% higher than what we purchased at, they can auto call and only pay 19?
They can auto call and only pay 19. That's correct. Okay. But remembering, if you look at the time frame of that, that's 4 years. So at 19% over 4 years, it's nearly 5% per year, which at the time we had a 1% interest rate, less than 1% interest rate. GICs were at 1.15.
Yeah, I wasn't going to get into the whole why decision made or not. It was just to understand how it would function, because I do believe there'll be those situations where you'll come to us and say this is happening, and was just to try to have that understanding. And then, as I say, getting a copy of the report because I do want to review some of what you had said. But the other question I had in regards to that. You showed on that breakdown slide, as I said, 134 million, 30 in GIC, 64 in the PPN, and then 40 as the current bank. Any plans in regards to the 40 million? As far as it sounds like it would only be short term, which would be GIC, but are you thinking at all of taking some of that into a vehicle?
If I may, Madam Chair. At this time, no, given some information dependent on some major capital projects that are happening. So we will be looking at some internal borrowing likely, and it will depend largely on how we move forward with major capital projects.
that's where I was going. I was making sure that we were considering the fact that it looked like we were going to have some internal borrowing needs, and we talked before about the opportunity that presents because we can internal borrow and share whatever the appropriate interest rate is between departments, and then wait for the market to hopefully get into that down cycle and get into a better borrowing situation. So I wanted to make sure that we had talked about that. And I understand again about the PPNs. It's a long term. It's looking at those long-term reserves that we have and when they're going to be needed, and you're going to do that. I have some concern on the impact to the current taxpayer when that happens, but that's going to be discussions that I'll bring up during budget. So I think that's all I have for now. As I say, I'm going to look over the information, and I intend on if I have anything further, I'll just bring it up when it comes to council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Kind of made it easier for us to understand there, Treasurer Quinlan. All right. I think we'll just really quickly do number 7, the report and minutes of other committees and boards, just while we're on that page. So it's that the minutes of the following committees and boards be hereby received and recommendations contained therein be approved. Accessibility Advisory Committee, September 21, 2023. The Collingwood Downtown BIA Board of Management, September 14, 2023. Collingwood Downtown BIA Board of Management, October 12, 2023. Collingwood Heritage Committee, October 5th, 2023. Museum Advisory Committee, September 21, 2023, and the Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee, September 14, 2023. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts. Councillor Perry, did I see your card up there? Go. You reach for it, I get you. Okay. So are there any questions? There really no recommendations that were pertained to us. That we're approving. Okay. All right, Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly pull the Accessibility Advisory Committee minutes.
You can just speak to them.
So 2 things. First thing, and it's just really administrative. In the list of members of the committee that are present, Member Morrison is not included, and he was present at that meeting.
And you've let staff know already, correct?
And the second thing is he expressed concern about certain traffic signals where the walk option is not automatic, so that he has to go and press a button, which he can't do. I think he referenced, I believe he was referencing Cameron and here Ontario Street. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I agree with him. I don't understand why we cannot have automatic walk signals, in particular near school, where both the Here Ontario and Cameron and Here Ontario and Campbell, I'm pretty sure both of those are on demand only walk signals. And I wonder if we can take that back.
Yeah, it's the same.
Happy to bring a motion to take that back.
It's the same at the Parkway and Ontario Street. When I'm walking up there, if I don't get quick enough, the hand just stays red and I have to wait for a whole other cycle. But I can push the button, so it's not a challenge. Is that all you had for now? On that?
Yes. So happy to put a notice to
maybe
refer
under other
that.
business. Under other business, maybe.
Under other business, I can
Pretty
do that.
nice. Thank you, Marianne.
Yeah, just in support of that, I know one of the downtown ones, and it might be at Second and here Ontario. It seems on the weekend, it depends when you're there. Sometimes it just turns the pedestrian signal. Other times you have to press it. And I find that the visitors to town, like they're just too confused and they just jaywalk.
Yeah.
So I would hope that perhaps Councillor Doherty just consider generally, all the lights, traffic signals could be addressed. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because I do know that the CO told us at one point they were out testing the timing too, because I'd had received a complaint in terms of those less spry for getting across. There wasn't enough seconds that it was changing back when you got halfway through. So we do need to test the timing on those. Yeah, Councillor.
Just quickly, we're on the subject, and I know this isn't on the accessibility that you're talking about. If we're going to look at the timing for the traffic signals, the intersections where we have left turning signals, a lot of them don't work, and I've seen people sit through 2 and 3 lights trying to make a turn if there's a lot of traffic. I just wondered why the extra light is there for a left signal, but it doesn't get activated. Just wonder if they could take a look at that as well.
Okay, we'll hop on to the other business and word it so we could check everything out. All right, so if there's nothing else on the minutes, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, so now let's go back to number 5, and we're going to start, so no deputations. So staff reports 5.1, and we're going to talk about the budget first. So we'll bring Treasurer Quinlan back up. And I think after the presentation, the goal will be to go through by item additional items on page 4 of the staff report, numbers 1 to 5. We'll discuss those one at a time, and then we'll move into non-tax supported.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So here we are again. We're at draft 2. So I think, sorry, Madam Chair, I believe Councillor Doherty.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
I'm so sorry. Just before we start in on budget, I need to declare a non-disqualifying conflict of interest. We're referencing Park Road, which I live on Park Road.
And I will also declare a non-disqualifying as my daughter lives across the street from Councillor Doherty.
Just there you go. So it's a Cameron Street project, just so you're aware, but it does cross Park. Okay, just so everybody knows. Okay. So next slide, please, Jenny. So thank you again, Chair Jeffrey and members of council. We do have this presentation. As an introduction, we're going to review our budget timeline again. It is included in the report, but we just like to remind everybody, here we are today. You see a big star. We're presenting draft number 2. The plan is that the 3rd draft will come later in November. And again, if we do require a 4th draft, early December, with the hopes that we move towards passing the budget prior to the end of the year or at the December 18th meeting. Again, those dates are subject to change, but it is the hopes of staff that we'll continue on that path. And I also wanted to remind everyone that the Deputy Mayor already reminded it, but we'll remind again about the Coffee with Council this Wednesday between 2 and 4, a virtual session, and 6 and 8, an in-person session at the library on the 3rd floor in rooms B and C. Staff and council are both very much looking forward to residents participating. Last year, we had an outstanding turnout. I hope that continues again this year. We really want the feedback and the opportunity for council to hear from their residents and their taxpayers, the businesses and their residents, I should say, on what they feel that the 2024 budget should do. The intention for this evening's presentation is really to get council direction on draft 3 and where we would like to move forward, understanding that we will receive some public feedback in the next couple of days as well. Next slide, please. So at our last meeting, we presented the first draft of the budget. To develop that first draft, staff added in the difficult to avoid items. We talked about 4 main priorities. Priority 1 being difficult to avoid, priority 2 being urgent, priority 3 items for consideration where they are important and had implications if we didn't do them. And priority 4 was a category of deferral that we could push off down the road. When we included everything at the beginning, which meant inflationary costs, changes to gas, insurance continues to be a big concern for municipalities, the staff cost, and the proposed tax rate at that time was 5.93%. Through a lot of work, we streamlined operations. We found ways to decrease costs, do the work more efficiently and in different ways. We were able to meet the 2% guideline that council had requested for the first draft. We were also able to provide council with a prioritized list of additional service enhancements for their consideration and selected several as the highest priorities for the community, or pardon me, and council has selected several as their highest priority for their community, or for items that were felt to be legislatively required by the province. So what council added at that point was affordable housing top up to 350,000. So that included added another 224,000 to the original the budget base. The new website and engagement portal added about 130,000. The excess fill removal from the public works yard. In the meeting, we had discussed an amount of about 300,000 and spread that over 2 years. Following that meeting, Public Works has gotten an update on the quote. And based on this amount being, or the fill not being above a level 2 containment, I'm probably not using the right words, a level 2 sort of, what's the word? Director Slam.
Classification.
Thank you. Level 2 classification. We expect that, in fact, we could get the work done for 128,000 in 2024. Now, of course, if that containment level was higher than what the expectation was, then we would have to have the discussions for 2025 budget, but certainly a good start. We also have a contract position for our Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act to help the town and staff get up to date, both on the website within our own documentation as well. And that's 97,000. We've extended the we've changed the climate change specialist position from a contract position to a full-time employee, which was another 15,000. We added some customer service software licenses, which will help our customer service staff better educate and have more information available to work with other departments at 10,000. And then we had the change in the title and role for our system support coordinator to IT systems administrator for $9,000, which was part of the IT master plan. Next slide, please. So based on the fine tuning of both the base to adjust for an increase in the NVCA, we've talked about the NVCA levy going up, some recovery being added for the engineering manager from non-tax sources, and the refinement of wages with updated contracts. The base today is now at a tax rate increase of 2.2%. Once we add in the service enhancements we noted on the previous slide, it results in a tax rate increase of 3.75%. So the top table on this slide shows you the history of tax rate increases. And you can see that over the 6 years that we're presenting here, the tax rate increases at 4.29%, of which for draft 2, we're sitting at 3.75%. The table on the bottom shows you what the impact is on a median assessed household of 327,000. We would see an increase of about $90 per year for that median assessed home, or about $7.50 per month. Next slide, please. With this draft, after doing some refining and looking at the base, we also had some additional service enhancements for council to consider. There are full business cases attached, included in the report as appendices, but I'll provide a brief description. And if we have additional questions, we can always dig into the business cases as we get further down this afternoon or this evening. So the very first one we have is the fire inspector. It's now at 44,000. This position was included in draft 1 of the budget, but has since been updated based on the latest information from the short-term accommodation plan. This position is being included as a result of recommendations from the Fire Master Plan and is included as a priority group 2 item. We also have the Business Accelerator. This wasn't included in the first draft, although we did hear from the Business Accelerator group during the budget presentation. Their request is for $200,000 in 2024. What staff is recommending is that the proposal is that it's $120,000 split up over 2 years, where half would be provided in 2024 and the other half would be provided in 2025. The Georgian Bay Accelerator contributes to the Economic Development Action Plan. And its objective of making Collingwood a hub for sustainable innovation by expanding services that help businesses accelerate their growth and scale their economic contribution. Recognizing that the town of Collingwood has provided a significant level of funding to the Georgian Bay Accelerator, that includes $350,000 over the last several years. The staff recommendation is the 50% in 2024 or $60,000, and the other 50% being held back until or the matching funding being held back until there's additional sources and an executed amendment to the MOU. We also have the HR seasonal position being brought back in at $25,000. It's under business case C. And we identify that as a priority group 3 item. So is important and has implications if we don't include it. As you may recall, this position was removed in exchange for in the 2023 budget to support the grain terminals project manager position. The HR position provides support to the division by assisting on a lot of key projects and functions, including recruitment activities, records and process management, health and safety programs, and administrative support. The resource is key to alleviate some of the administrative burden on the HR team, allowing them to plan for and initiate the most immediate terms or the recommendations of the Human Resources Services Master Plan. We have a fourth one here, the crossing guard policy, which was also part of draft 1. It's now been reduced from 40,000 to 20,000 and is listed as a priority group 3. The decrease was because we received an updated quote for the price of this amount. And if we don't do this, we try to review the crossing guard program. It's very difficult without having a policy in place. And I'll note that the total cost of our crossing guards for the year in 2024 is just over $200,000. If we were to try and assess, add, remove, or change the crossing guard program, it would be difficult to do so without the policy in place. Next slide, please. We have 2 more here. The Cameron Street ditching at 15,000. It's listed as priority group 4. And following some preliminary investigation of the drainage in the area of Park Road and Cameron Street, this budget would support the completion of initial improvements to existing town-owned drainage infrastructure. Note that the updates to an urban cross-section may trigger a local area improvement and be paid by benefiting residents in some areas of the town. And finally, we've also included the grain terminals work. This was also included in draft 1, but has a 0 net tax impact following the process that we've done over the last several years with respect to the grain terminals work. The cost of it is at $500,000, but funded through the working capital reserve. We have a business case included, business case I, but just as in a summary, this is a really critical stage for the grain terminals revitalization project, and the funding is required to move forward towards a fully executed agreement as well. So I didn't know, Madam Chair, if you wanted to pause here and discuss those 5 items first, or 6 items, pardon me, or did you want to carry on with the presentation?
Because we have to go to the public first on the staff report, I think we should probably carry on.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please.
I'm going to keep going anyway. I guess it's up to the committee. There's no one participating remotely at this point. Would you like to pause and discuss these for now? And if somebody joins, I could give them the opportunity to go back if they wanted. Okay. All right. Anybody have any questions currently? Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you very much. And through you to the treasurer. I'm questioning the prioritization of the Cameron Street ditching at a priority group 4. And the reason why I am questioning it is there is residents on the corner, the ditching that's currently there, which I assume would be part of that improvement, is so steep as to make it dangerous in the view of the resident and quite frankly in my view. So I'm wondering if we can increase the priority of that particular project.
If I may, Madam Chair, if that was the wish of council to do so, I think from a staff perspective, the priority 4 grouping, and I'll let Director Slama also respond to it, but was the feeling of staff at the time.
Okay. Anything to add, Director Slama?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, we looked at it from a perspective of, is this, regulatory or urgent? And, from a perspective of, safety of the general public, it isn't that, but it was an item that we said, yes, is important. But it is an item that could be done in 24 or deferred.
Okay. And I think we would change the priority just by voting to have it included. So. Okay. All right. So what I'm proposing is maybe I was going to do them in order instead of bouncing all over. I think to sever them and talk about them at one at a time if we don't have the requirement to have no public participation. So if you don't mind, I think I'll go back to my original. Well, I guess I can't. Can I go back to my original plan and just start dealing with these one by one? Yeah, I think we will. All right. I think it's just going to be easier than bouncing around. So we're going to start with number 1, the fire inspector, 44,000 priority group 2. Questions or comments or motions? And if not, we'll move on to number 2. Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you. And my question with regard to the fire inspector, and this would be through you to the treasurer and possibly to the fire chief. Is that a new hire?
If I may,
is
Madam
that-
Chair.
Yeah.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry, Councillor Doherty.
No, yeah. Or is it a change in the status of a current employee?
If I may, it is an addition to the overall headcount included in the fire department because it has not been posted yet. I suppose it could be a move for any one of the current fire employees, but it's not been posted yet, so we wouldn't know that for sure. So it could be one or the other.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
So if it were to be an existing employee, so just reclassified, would that negate the need for the 44,000 in the budget?
If I may, Madam Chair, no. At this point, what the request is to add this as an additional FTE to the fire department. So there would just be a sort of a shuffling. So then you would have to hire for the position that the person left.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you. Just to be clear on this point, through you to the treasurer, Madam Chair. It is the position of a fire inspector and not of an administrative assistant that was requested at one point in the fire department, correct?
I mean, Madam Chair, you're absolutely correct. Yes, the administrator position has been removed as requested.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing no motion, I'll move on. Oh, Councillor Ring.
Just quickly back to the whether it's a new hire or promotion within, with only 44,000, it would almost have to be just a promotion within and not fill the spot of the person that's moving up, because even if you do hire somebody with less rank, you're not going to be hiring anybody at 44,000, I wouldn't think.
Treasurer Quinlan?
If I may, Councillor Ring, and I apologize, but in the business case, it shares that it's a delayed hire till September of 2024.
Oh.
So that's why the smaller amount of I should have said that in my presentation. My apologies.
Okay. All right. So I'm not seeing anything further. So we'll move to number 2, the business accelerator. 60,000 for this budget will be the discussion. Anybody with questions, comments, or a motion? Mayor Hamlin.
The business accelerator, I feel we should continue to support it. I'm somewhat disappointed it's at this lower amount, but I would at least suggest we support this. I know they will require, they're looking for support from other levels of government, and it'll be important for them to show they have the support of the municipality. Collingwood does get the biggest advantage of the accelerator through the number of businesses we have here. And they have done, I think, really good work in supporting the businesses that they've helped. And, you know, a lot of new employees have been hired and revenue's gone up. And I think it'd be a shame not to continue to support them. So I would move that this be included.
Okay. And you can also change the amount if you're so inclined. I'm just saying.
I'm going to leave it for now. I have more work to do.
Okay. Treasurer Quinlan.
If I may just respond, Madam Chair, just as to provide some understanding on the request amount being lower. I believe Manager Griggs is on as well, but the original MOU required that the town of Collingwood support by 400,000. So adding the 60 is actually just slightly ahead, since we've already given them 350,000. And I think what Manager Griggs was trying to sort of bring in was that there needed to be a review and an understanding with a new agreement put in place. So I think understanding that, you know, maybe you expected more, that really is the reasoning behind the little bit less than what was the originally anticipated.
Okay. I thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great clarification. All right. So the mayor has moved that $60,000 be included in the budget for the business accelerator business case. Is there a second for that amount? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Baines. Is there any further discussion required on that? Seeing none, just remember that it can go into draft 3 and come out later, but for now, everybody's content. All those in favor? Opposed? So noted, and that's carried. Number 3. Sorry, Councillor Ring, I seem to have some.
I know you did that one separately, but I don't think we did the same for the fire inspector, did we?
We did. I asked if there's any motions and nobody brought me a motion.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You can go back if you like. Did you have a motion?
I didn't hear yes. I would support it, but if nobody else feels the need, then.
So that's fine. Councillor Ring is moving $44,000 be included in the budget for a fire inspector, understanding that this is a delayed position that won't begin until the fall. Is there a seconder? Mayor Hamlin? Is there any other discussion? Mayor Hamlin.
Through you, Madam Chair, I find this is one that I have trouble understanding. Like, is this, like, are we going to be compromising safety in our community if we don't have a fire inspector? Like, what exactly does this mean if we don't approve this?
I understand that the deputy fire chief is also online if he's required to respond to any of the questions as well. Are you okay for this one, Treasurer Quinlan, or would you prefer to toss it over to?
I can add a little bit, but I do think it would be great if the deputy fire chief is on. That would be very helpful. The business case lays out the information. It's quite long. It's about 6 pages. If I could sum it up really easily, I would say if you read the last sort of section in business case A, it says, from the staffing analysis conducted, EMG, which was the company that did the fire master plan for us, identified that the fire prevention division staffing complement should be increased by one fire inspector. And in brackets, it says contingent upon further analysis and some process improvement, for a total of 3 fire prevention staff, including a fire prevention officer certified to a certain level, in a supervisory role and able to handle complex situations. And then 2 fire inspectors that are below at a lower level to handle routine complaint inspections and scheduled inspections, as well as to handle the delivery of public education programs with support from a dedicated administrative support clerk. So the support clerk was taken out in the last round. When I read that particular section, I think there was, it is going to be a recommendation that comes from the fire master plan, but I can't really speak to whether it means, we're safe or we're not safe. I can say that within the business case, it also says that it doesn't, without moving to this number of prevention staff, we don't adequately have the staffing to meet the goals and objectives that were set by the fire bylaw in 2018. And that the EMG, who are the people that did the fire master plan, are of the opinion that a third staff in that role would adequately meet the inspection and publication needs. So I don't know if that's more helpful, but I don't see Fire Chief Emo.
He's there. He just can't get his video on. So
okay.
Oh, that's okay. As long as we can hear you there, Deputy Fire Chief Emo, you go right ahead.
Sure, Madam Chairman, if you can hear me. Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. You covered that very adequately. So part of the job would be a public educator, as the Treasurer referred to, and the other part would be an additional person to do fire inspections. So I'm not sure if that answers the question of the mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, yes, between your response and the Treasurer's, Mayor Hamlin, does that satisfy you? Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I had a mover. Did I have a seconder? I do. Great. All right. And then you have to speak. I've got it. Yes. Councilor Baines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say I support this motion because in particular, it's the buttressing of the short-term accommodation plan, and at a crucial time in the next 2 years. I'd rather err on the side of caution and and support the plan as well as the fire department in this manner. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of adding the 44,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. All right. So it's carried for now. All right, number 4. No, sorry. Did I finish number 3? No, I did not. HR seasonal support position, $25,000. Any questions? No motions? Moving on. Number 4, crossing guard policy. Any further clarification for the $20,000? Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. I just love some clarification on 20,000 for a policy, like what's involved in the policy and kind of what do we get for that, or what does it take?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
For sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
I came prepared with this one because crossing guards have been our nemesis going forward and retaining. We have great crossing guards, but it's very hard for recruitment purposes. And we get regular requests from the public to add new crossing locations, and general warrants that, we're looking at need to adhere to a policy. So it's actually a very comprehensive policy that does the analysis for them. But the component that it will do for us, this one that we've requested, is set out. It's called pedestrian crossovers. So then in lieu of paying for, we have approximately 10 crossing guards paying over $200,000 a year for crossing guards. There's some locations that can proceed with a pedestrian crossover depending on a policy that's in place. So this would be a cost in the 2024 budget, but we look at it as a future year cost saving moving forward. So that's the main request.
Okay. Right. Follow-up?
Yeah, just to follow up, thanks through you, Chair. So we're not increasing like crossing guards. It's just basically creating a policy.
And it will establish whether more crossing guards are needed. And I do see Manager West in the back, as he's a key contributor to this, as it's an engineering piece as well.
Yep. Manager West, come on up. If you can add something to this, please.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I noticed the conversation and I was part of those conversations on the quote as well. So I thought I'd just add that as part of the $22,000 cost, it's twofold almost. It's creating the policy for town staff to be able to assess those new and existing locations on our own, I guess, as well, through I would assume a combination of engineering and bylaw staff involved in that. And then the consultant would also, as part of that exercise, also assess on town staff's behalf each of the existing locations that we see crossing guards, as well as the a handful of locations that residents and school boards have requested over the last several years as well. So there'd be a policy and an assessment of the existing and proposed locations for crossing guards included on that as well. But
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. And Clerk Almost would like to just add something further.
Sorry, I did want to pop in. So thank you so much, Chair, for allowing me. And this is from a liability perspective why we're doing this, because if staff, receive a request and we say we don't believe that we don't have the staffing, that it's not, our warrants don't show enough, but we don't have a policy in place. If something happens at that intersection, same as where there might be a need previously for a crossing guard at a previous location, and now there's not the number of children that cross it in there, for us to cancel and all of a sudden the one child that's still crossing at that location gets injured, it'll be on the town.
Okay.
No, that's great. I can certainly support something like this, given obviously you can't put a price on the safety of our children getting to school safely. So I would support it.
Are you going to move it then?
Yeah, I'll move it. Okay. Sure.
Thank you. Seconder for the crossing guard policy, Councillor Perry. Any other questions, clarifications required? Seeing none, all those in favor of adding the 20,000, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, that brings us to the Cameron Street ditching, $15,000. Any further questions required, Councillor Baines?
Sorry, not a question, just a comment. I've seen that ditch and it is very deep and the slopes are quite steep. So God forbid a child would fall into that.
My grandchild.
How long has it been that way, may I ask?
Through to, I see Director Slama has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Baines. Some ditching work was done around 640 Cameron Street last year. So it's been that way for just over a year.
Yep, Mayor Hamlin.
Through you, Madam Chair, is the 15,000, like I've gone and looked at that property too, and I could see the issue in the area very, what would you call it? patchwork approach to storm drainage. So is the 15,000 for that, that corner and that resident's property, or is it to look at the whole, the drainage in the whole area? There's a couple of streets there that probably need a little look-see. Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, sure. And I'll ask Director Slam on top of that too, the understanding of the resulting or potential for resulting, where the wording's escaping me here, that would pass on to benefiting residents, the local area improvement. I mean, are we talking about more than one property?
Through you, Madam Chair, to just to address Mayor Hamlin's comment or question first. So at this time, like, staff have done some investigative work, and we haven't yet come up with our final recommendation of what should be done. So part of this this budget amount would go towards staff completing that investigation and coming up with a solution. So that might be something that incorporates a greater part of the area drainage system, or it might be a solution that looks at addressing that corner in particular. And so we felt that this was a good starting point, and, recognizing that if, based on the final decision or recommendation that staff make, if we needed additional funds, we would come to council and ask for that. But at this point, we don't have an idea of the extent of the work, and whether the work could be completed in-house, or whether we need to, retain an outside contractor to do the work. That would be one example of, some additional costs, right? If we were to get outside contractor to do the work. If we can do the work in-house, then that would save us a bit of budget.
Okay, so do you have a follow-up then?
Yeah,
I just
do
want to
actually.
clarify.
My understanding of this particular property was, staff or a consultant, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but wrecked it for this homeowner. And now it's a priority to fix it. Is this what I'm hearing through you, Madam Chair?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Hamlin. So this was a case that where the resident, and at least the resident, and maybe some other area residents as well, determined that there was some water sitting in the ditch. So, our public works staff came and performed some ditching work. They did, follow the processes that they normally do. They looked at, existing culvert elevations, and they, graded a slope as best they could, kind of connecting 2 points. That did result in the ditch becoming being lowered, and then the side slopes being steeper. So, the residents then came forward and, felt it was unacceptable and asked, was there, some other options that we could look at? So we committed to doing that. We are doing that. And, we'll continue to move forward with the project. We've mentioned this before, right? It's one area where, there's the drainage isn't perfect. So, we're trying to address some of these greatest potential, or the areas of that maybe have some of the greatest effects, within our resources, being people and budgets. And so we're trying to look at it and, investigate the issue and correct it if it was our error.
Okay, well, Madam Chair, I'll vote to include this, but I'm really hoping this is a $5,000 matter, not a 15, but I'll vote to include this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I have a seconder, Councillor Potts. Yeah. And Councillor Potts, one and a follow-up as well, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Jeffrey. I just need clarification. So if this is the same area, there's been drainage issues there for a number of years. And is this not the same area that we just had dug up a couple of years ago and repaved all the road work? Because if we did the road work and this is my concern of here we are now looking at another $15,000 to do repairs, and looking at doing the initial road work and the drainage work from the start, we certainly could have prevented this. So I'm just looking for clarification that this is the area that was repaved by an outside contractor just a couple of years ago. Thanks.
I have Director Slama and then CAO Skinner.
Yeah. So through the chair to Councillor Potts, I believe Councillor Potts, you're referring to the road resurfacing on Park Road. And, at this time, again, the work that we're looking at to address this drainage would not affect that road resurfacing that was completed on Park Road. Okay. Necessarily.
Great.
Also, Madam Chair, I didn't answer your question about local improvement.
Yep. Okay. It's fine. If you want to go ahead. Yep,
okay,
please.
thank you. So apologies for that. So we didn't make a note, based on what we look at as the right solution, in this area, it might trigger a local improvement. And based on, some other requests that were brought forward, staff are talking about, we need to have a clear in-house policy which defines local improvement and some of whether some of these requests that come forward should they be part of the tax-based budget, or should part or maybe all of those projects be subject to local improvement. So it's something that staff engineering and finance certainly are talking together. We're not saying that this would be one, we just mention it as, one request that's come forward from residents, and it's something that could result in some improvements to their property.
Right. Okay. CEO Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. I did just want to make some general comments on this one, and I think this is one where we, on all sides, need to have a little grace. It's a difficult situation. We have a homeowner that's understandably concerned, and we have some staff that are doing their best to address drainage issues as they can within the street. The overall area and the broader area for, quite a distance in any direction does have quite flat drainage. So one of the things that we were quite concerned about was doing something like putting in a covered storm drain in the area without knowing if we installed it, that it would in fact drain right to the outlet. So we're looking at what can be done here on an interim basis so that it's affordable for the taxpayer and makes sense from an engineering perspective and can be done quickly without maybe setting us at an elevation that might be difficult to deal with later. So we didn't want to let this budget go by without acknowledging that this was something council had mentioned and making sure that there are some funds here to address it if it is a priority. Whether you choose to push this in right immediately today or not, or later in this budget process, we do have the larger stormwater master plan phase 2 with the environmental assessment that will be looking at the broader drainage around the tree streets and the downtown and beyond. And looking at how water does move through the town, every day and in flood situations. So I know this is one where it's a difficult situation, but I wanted to provide that little bit more context. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I guess I'm considering the bigger picture of this first, and it's a situation where the homeowner has made the request. So if that triggered a local improvement, I probably wouldn't see that as a major issue, but I'd like to explore that a little bit. But I'm thinking, I can think of a number of cases where there's water laying in ditches, there's water probably 300 years or 300 days of the year right across from me. I'd like before this move forward for us to make sure that we've considered it from a local improvement standpoint and tried to come up with an overall policy. Because, as I said, if we decide to go and do some ditching work because the water needs to move, are we just going to charge the adjacent homeowners? When they haven't triggered it, we've triggered it. So I'd like to support this because I think there's a bigger picture to have discussion with, and give from council's direction to staff. This is how we deal with those types of situations. And I know it's not just ditching. I know there's been people that approach me where they've got sidewalk issues where the sidewalk is a little lower than their driveway, so they get flooding, or sometimes it's higher and it causes flooding because it doesn't let the water. So there's, as I said, I'm supportive of it if it's something that when it's thought that it's going to be taken forward to do the work, it comes back to us so they can look at that whole picture about the local improvement.
And I think that's our understanding. It would come back. For now, we're going to provide the money for the research, and then we'll wait for the recommendation to come back and we can tweak it then. All right, so I have a mover and a seconder for the $15,000 for the Cameron Street ditching. I'm not seeing any other cards, so all those in favor of including it? Opposed? And so noted, and that's carried. All right, so in terms of the non-tax amounts, Treasurer Quinlan, with respect to the grain terminals work, that was included in the draft one budget funded through reserves. Is there anything further you require from us other to acknowledge that it's there and we haven't given you any other direction?
If I may, Madam Chair, I think we should agree that it should remain is really because it is quite a big project, and it's even though it doesn't have a taxation impact, it of course does impact the reserves, which are a surplus allocation of our taxes essentially. So I think it would make sense to do that. It's just a really big project, so we want to make sure you have council support to go forward.
Questions, clarifications, or a motion to include? Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, thank you. This, of course, is following on the agreement we've signed with the developers of the green terminals to do our bit as we move through the public consultation process for the work. And I think that this continues to be a good project, and I would move that we include it. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Baines. Any other questions? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Vice Chair.
My
Doherty.
apologies. I couldn't get my card up fast enough.
Just throw your hand up when you can't find your card.
I'm just, there it is. So there was, in principle, I have no concern about, continued investment going forward on the terminals project, but I did have some questions with regard to some of the items that are included. And specifically, if you go to the business case, there's an item in there, $70,000 for studies to investigate the existing conditions and definition of design. And then signature initiatives, studies to advance green and sustainability initiatives, all of which are laudable. But I'm just wondering, should that be really our work or should that be the proponents' work? Especially when it comes to, conditions of the building. And I guess that would be through you to Executive Director Peg.
Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor. So the money that's included for studies within the proposed budget does include components related to public realm amenities. So the evaluation of site conditions and the required site improvements throughout the spit lands as a whole. So it's not just specific to the terminals building. There are specific terms that were contained within the MOU, and that will be something that will be brought forward to council as well within the development agreement, looking at some of those components. But the intention certainly is that the town's contributions go towards public realm, and also making sure when we're doing those studies that we look at things like the confined disposal unit that falls within the public realm area, shoreline restoration, and those elements.
Follow-up. And then the initiatives, the studies to advance green sustainability, that has to do with the public realm as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
So specifically under signature initiatives, that would include looking at things like district energy collaboration, green building principles, renewable energy sources, amenities such as electrical vehicle charging stations, et cetera. So the proposal that Streetcar and Dream presented did include a number of sustainability recommendations or considerations for the development itself. So within the revitalization of the silos and the condominium development. But there would also be studies required on the town's part to look at green initiatives across the spit lands and how that would help power, for lack of a better word, the amenities that will be available in that space.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Not seeing any other cards. So all those in favor of the addition and the funding through reserves, and that opposed? And that's carried, so noted. All right, before we move to the non-tax supported, in terms of having a conversation about, I think it's kind of been difficult making decisions, trying to maybe have a better understanding of where we want to land. And that there's maybe some more work to be done on offsetting things to make room for some of the things that we're adding. And I'm wondering if it's appropriate with the clerk right now, just to see if anybody wanted to have a conversation or had a recommendation as to an increase that is kind of the target of where we want to be. And number one, would the treasurer have a number for where we're at right now? Yep, please.
Sure. Essentially, what's been added so far is 0.36%. So we would just be at 4.1%. I do need to provide a clarification on the business accelerator. Manager Griggs has messaged me while we were talking. What I didn't realize is that the year end for the business accelerator is in March 31st. So the expectation was that the 120,000 be included in the 2024 budget, pay the 60,000 at the beginning of the year, hold back the other 60,000 until a new memorandum of understanding was met or was created. And then also to confirm that matching funds were received. So the 60 additional would actually be needed because of the year-end differentiation between the two organizations.
Thank you. No, thank you for the clarification.
That is better now.
Yes, for sure.
2 weeks from now. So thank you, Manager Griggs.
So that's not in the 4.1 yet?
That's not in the 4.1. So that would move us to, so if I did the 120, that would move us to, give me 2 seconds here, 4.25. Ish. But really close to ish. No, but very close. Very close.
All right. So we'll need to then go back and talk about the additional 60,000. Mayor Hamlin, you didn't think it was enough. Do you want to make a motion for the other 60 to be held back pending?
I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I have Vice Chair Doherty. Is there any other discussion on that? Okay, seeing none. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. This is just to move it forward. We'll still be discussing this going afterwards. This isn't to finalize it.
Oh, anything we still have drafts 3 and 4 to tweak as we need. Maybe 7, if that's what it takes. Okay. All those in favor for including it for now, the additional 60,000. All right. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. So we're at 4.25%. And I think, Councillor Houston.
Is this an appropriate time to add a number 7?
Oh, sorry. I had you written down here and I forgot about it. Yes, please.
So to add the 31,500 that the Georgian Triangle Humane Society was asking for, with 20,000 of that coming out of the already agreed on amount. So an extra 11,500.
Thank you. Yep. Yes.
To respond to that. So just to give members of council an idea of what's already included in the budget for council grants. So right now we have $135,000 available. That includes the in-kind support as well, but it's still an expense that we budget for. We've been asked for a few grants, GTHS being one of them. So 31.5 is not included, but is part of that, could form part of it. The Institute of Southern Georgian Bay also requested 10,000. We provided them 10,000 in 2023, but years before that, it was 2,500 or 5,000. Those were the regular amounts that were provided. We, of course, had CCAT come and make a presentation and request 32,000 as well. Last year, we gave Pride Fest 10,000. On top of that, there was some in-kind work as well. So if I just looked at those in general and said, just those 4 would be about $83,000. And then anything else that came along, could deal with the 135. I feel like we're okay. I mean, maybe the motion, and if council felt this way, was to preserve and say that, that 31.5 is is for the GTHS and nobody else can come up for grabs on that 31.5. Maybe that's another way to sort of move forward, because I do think one thing I mentioned the last time is that we really need, or I really need, not we, I really need to come forward with a policy on this grant funding to properly allocate it. Having people come all along all year makes it very difficult for us. And I think there needs to be some sort of prioritization, because what's the limit and how do we manage that limit? And I think that's really critical. And as part of my work plan for the new year, and we were hoping April, May, that would come forward, which would give us plenty of time before the next budget to say, okay, we have a new process. If you want to be included, you need to apply by such and such a date, and maybe even put in some limits to what we're willing to give one organization, since there are so many in need. So I just thought I'd present that as part of an option.
Sure. So then the discussion as to how we allocate the 135 could come now based on the list you gave us, or further down the road, but they could, Councillor Houston and some others could have some comfort in knowing at least the 135 is there to cover it, and we can formalize that list when we get a little further down the road on the budget.
Fair.
Is that reasonable? Okay. All right. So maybe so just so you know that your request is already on the list in terms of the calculation, but we will be following and monitoring that going forward. Okay. Good.
Okay.
Good. Okay. All right. So then, thank you for reminding me. I'm sorry I forgot. So then the discussion in terms of where we want to land, you're at 4.25%. So going forward, so this is a change from what we thought we were going to the public with on the 8th. So it's a little bit of a change. But do we want to give instruction now as to where we still want to land? Do we want to leave that for future? Like for draft 3, I don't know what we would come back with if staff don't have that. Well, it'll be public input for sure. Is that a decision we make after all the public input as to where we want to land as to a rate? Yeah, Councillor Houston.
This is actually just some additional clarification. After the discussion with the Georgian Triangle Humane Society piece, I believe the accelerator was actually part of that 100 and it was in the original draft. It mentioned the accelerator.
If I may, Madam Chair, we did not, and we don't normally look at the accelerator as a donation. It falls under the Economic Development Service, so it's outside of that. I did hear somebody say that yes, that the business accelerator, but I had shared that wasn't part of the grant allocation at that time, so we didn't have that amount included in the first draft.
Because there's an MOU as well, so it really wouldn't be a donation per se.
That's right. There's a memorandum of understanding, and we didn't provide it as part of the council grants in the past. So I clarified that in our last meeting.
Okay, that may be my mistake, because I was sure I read it in one of the presentations that the accelerator was encompassed in that grant bundle.
I could double check, but we've never done it that way. It's possible, Councillor Houston. So it may not be you, it may be my presentation that is false. But I do recall having that conversation on that a couple of weeks ago, just to clarify that it doesn't generally get made up of as part of those grants. So in the past, we've paid it under the Economic Development Service, because that is sort of a support of a business program. It's not quite like SBEC, but similar to SBEC might be viewed.
Plus, there wouldn't be anything for anybody else.
Fair. There would be nothing left. That's right.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Jeffrey. I know that we're a long way from being done, and we're just keep adding to the total here. Are we ever going to go back to what's already included in the base 2%? We didn't agree on all of that yet. Is that's still open for negotiation?
Everything is open.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I just want to put a placeholder in for what I would like to see in this, that is a contribution to be defined towards the AMP. I took the treasurer's remarks in regard to that very seriously. And I mean, 1% represents a $380,000 contribution, which even doesn't keep us up to date for this year. It's an ongoing deficit to that. And I think it's a duty for this council and taxpayers in the future to try and keep an eye on that. And the reason I say that is because the quid pro quo in all of this is, if you look at the discretionary fund and all these requests from council to make these very worthy contributions, but we have to weigh, in my opinion, a greater responsibility, particularly to the AMP versus sort of the short-term requests, albeit, very needy and worthwhile. But I just am very concerned about that AMP request. And I know what that means to this 4.25%. It would mean if we did 1%, that puts it up to 5.25. And I can appreciate the response to that. So, but I think we need to weigh that in particularly in regard to these discretionary grants, if you will. It may be that we have to say, sorry, people, but everybody's got to take a bit of a haircut in order to fund and what I really believe in is a worthwhile contribution to the AMP. Thank you.
Okay. Message received. And again, I think that's a conversation that's going to have to get more focused or narrowed once we get a little further down the process. All right. So now we're going to carry on to the non-tax supported portion of your presentation.
I think so. And actually, we do have asset management update later on. So I appreciate the councillor's comments. So if we can bring the slideshow back up, please, Jenny. So we're going to switch gears and move to non-tax supported. So we're not looking at what the tax rate increase will be based on this information, but I think it's important to answer the question. I think we all know what non-tax supported means, but not everybody does. But it basically means that the services provided are not supported by taxation at all. You can think of these services as a completely separate program or service. The operations within the service are supported solely by user fees. So any expenses associated with these service programs are completely separate, and they're supported solely by user fees, which are established through rate studies. So we have 4 in the town of Collingwood. We have our water service, our wastewater service, our Building Code Act service, and then the parking service. I haven't included any information about parking within the report or the presentation because we're not asking for any additional items within parking. So parking will just carry along, other than the fact that the parking reserve will support the short-term accommodation plan over the next year or so. So next slide, please. So I'm starting out with sharing the water services information. And what you see here in the table above is a reflection of what is expected to be contributed to or provided to the Water Reserve Fund. And that Water Reserve Fund, I think some people might think of it as profit. And it is kind of profit in the sense that we take the money that is earned based on the user fees and we deposit it into a reserve fund so that we can replace the assets that are there. That includes everything from a water treatment plant to the pipes in the ground to the pumping stations, any sort of equipment that's required to move that water through the pipes and allow our residents to turn on their taps and water to come through it. That is exactly what that money is for. And when we do a rate study, we look at the amounts that we're going to need, just like we've done. It's just like asset management. And just as we've included in our asset management plan, in order to calculate the rates, we take the asset management amount that we would be required over 10 to 20 to 30 years to understand what we need to charge our users today. So when you look at that chart, you'll see what the rate study projection was first. So that very top line, and I'll say also that our latest rate study was completed in 2019, and we are working towards a new rate study throughout 2024, so that we'll have updated rates come 2025. So the rate study projection from 2019 is that top line. And you can see from 2019, it was about 2.2 million, up to the 2024 projected amount at 2.7 million. The second line you see is either the actual contribution, or as you can see, I have the 2023 amounts and 2024 amounts starred to say that 2023 is the forecasted amount for 2023. So based on our forecast today, the projection from the rate study was 2.696, and what we're forecasting to be the actual contribution for 2023 is 2.721. For 2024, likewise, we're including what the actual rate projection is. You'll notice, or pardon me, what the rate study projection was at 2.7 million. And you'll notice that the actual contribution has declined significantly because we have some service enhancements that we need to look at that weren't included in the previous rate study. Now, rate studies are meant to look at broad pieces of time. We're not going to know everything and be able to provide that information in a single rate study. They are projections, and they are expected to be done every 5 years, which is exactly what we're going to do here. When we look at the next rate study, we're going to look at all of this information that I'm sharing with you now, and also the future information in terms of what the staffing requirements might be, what changes in operations will be required, and how our assets will change over time. So just keep that in mind as we make our way through. I wanted to note also within this chart, I have not included the additional 6.5 million in 2022 that we received when we sold the 18.5% interest of the new Tecumseh pipeline. So in fact, what went into the water reserve in 2022 was $6.5 million higher than what is being shown here. This is being shown in this manner so we can understand what the rates do in comparison to the study projections. Next slide, please. So similar to the tax supported services, all the inflationary items have been included in the current draft of the water services budget. That includes any information that is required from a union contract standpoint, or cost of living, CPI on insurance and fuel and materials, just like it is for our tax supported. So we have several service enhancements that we're going to review. On this first slide, we're including priority group 1 service enhancements. And the very first one we have is the water meter replacement program. And based on the life cycle analysis of the water meters, it indicates that we have about 700 meters and transmitters that need to be replaced in 2024. This does include a backlog of large residential and industrial commercial meters. Staff continue to work through the backlog that was of metering issues that is partly due to COVID, and will ensure that the town is receiving the proper amount of revenues associated with our water consumption if we replace these meters and transmitters. The second item under priority 1 is the arc flash assessment, which is an electrical assessment required on the arc flash risk for electrical panels and switch gears at the water treatment plant, and also the booster pump stations. And this makes sure that the appropriate precautions, personal protective wear, and equipment are in place for both staff and contractors that work at these facilities. Next slide, please. Under priority group 2, we have the intake pipe inspection. We talked about this a little bit in our first draft as well. There is a bit of a decline on the cost that we had previously provided, but it's based on an updated quote. The business case is number E, or letter E, I should say, and it's part of the asset management program, and it's set at $450,000. We also have a project manager. It's for both water and wastewater. It's a shared position between the two services. It amounts to 144,000, and the business case is the letter F as well. We have the water hydraulic model as well at 100,000. This is tied to the master servicing plan, and the model needs to be updated for operational improvements and ensuring new development applications will have the required water services. And finally, we have the updated electrical line drawings, and this is at $75,000. This is recommended as part of the contract one, or the the water treatment plant expansion. So when we transfer or switch to the new water treatment plant, that we have a much smoother transition to move forward. Madam Chair, I didn't know if you wanted to pause at water services. Okay, so we can pause there.
Okay.
So before we go through, similar to what we did with the other categories, is there any questions, first of all, on anything presented? Yep, Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you. So as part of our water treatment expansion program, we would be putting a new water intake pipe. Will we not? Or larger water intake pipe? Is there not some project that's associated with the water intake?
No, Director Slama has her card up.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Doherty. No, there is no element of the water intake that has been incorporated in the current expansion in front of council. So we have mentioned to council that staff would like to move forward with this pipe inspection. Our intake pipe is currently rated for 90,000 cubic meters a day, and as you know, our expansion is proposed at 59,000 cubic meters a day. So theoretically, it should be fine for the first phase of the expansion. We're doing this as some proactive inspection of a critical piece of infrastructure. If our intake was to go down, that means, we've got a big problem with respect to providing potable water. And so this is proactive, and it will help identify for us, will the intake need to be expanded, or more so when the intake will need to be expanded.
I guess I was dreaming in Technicolor on that one.
Councillor Baines.
Just to be clear, Chair Jeffrey, that was the 655 under taxable in the budget, correct, for the inspection of that pipeline?
If I may, Madam Chair, no, it was included under water services in the past as well. Mm-hmm. It was 650 in the last draft, but has been reduced to the 450 based on updated quotes. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so let's begin with priority group 1. Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. And my question actually relates to them all. So I wondered if we could get some clarification on that.
For sure.
It seems when I look at it and the explanations for 1, 2, and 3, there should be some cost sharing by New Tecumseh in all of those, I would think. So I'd like to just get a general explanation of how the costing that we're looking at right now incorporates the agreement with New Tech on the premise that we're going forward and they're going to be a partner. How is New Tech's participation in some of these being taken into account?
If I may, Madam Chair, you're referring to priority number 2, items 1, 2, and 3, not priority 1. So intake pipe inspection, project manager, and the hydraulic model.
I would look at that as a normal course of operations to produce water, which New Tech is to share cost of. So, and the same with number 4, it has to do with the water treatment plant expansion. So I would think New Tech again would share in that cost.
Sorry, I was just confirming that you meant those are priority 2 projects. So yes, those are priority 2 projects. So the rate study, we have 2 separate rate studies. There's one rate study for our general users, and then there's a rate study that we've conducted for new Tecumseh rates as well. Similar to our own users, there is a life cycle portion and a portion that goes towards operations and maintenance out of the new tech rate that we charge them. Same with our users as well. So at this point, if the question is, has this been included in the new tech rate study? To be honest, I can't confirm that for you right now. I suspect that if it wasn't included in our 2019 rate study, then likely in our general rate study, I'll refer to it as our general rate study, it likely wasn't reflected in the new tech study either. That being said, as part of the update, we will be looking at the new tech rates as well, especially if we move forward with the water treatment plant. That's included in the agreement already, that once the water treatment plant starts to move forward, that we would review the rates. It won't be in 2024. We'll solidify our own rates in 2024. And then in the year 2025, we'll start to work on the new tech rate study as well. So just like any other rate study, this information will be included as part of the update. I can't confirm that today those things were included in the new tech rate study. I don't have it in front of me, but I suspect not.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
And I appreciate the question may take others, but I would be interested to know, and I understand what you're saying. Some of it's all recovered by user rates. It's just whether it's the Collingwood ratepayer user rate or if it's the new tech. And I guess that's the question I'm asking. And I can appreciate that it would take a little bit of back checking to see. So if we could just get some information about that and at some point in time, I'd be interested to know.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to clarify. So there's always a portion. So within the user rates for new tech, they share in their proportionate. Let me rephrase that. They share in their proportionate costs. So, for example, when we look at staff costs, new tech's user rates are reflective of their proportionate share of those costs. So similar to our own rate study, we match the same information from study to study, but the proportionate share that's covered by new tech is included at that base. So to say if new tech's rates were going to cover a portion of this, the answer is yes, just like it would for our own users, but to their proportionate level of share.
Please.
And that's what I'm requesting, an understanding of what that proportionate share roughly would be. I know in the case of when it's a capital item, our assumption right now is it's 37% us and 63% new Tecumseh. I wondered from an operation expense situation, generally what the rule of thumb would be, and maybe the intake pipe's a perfect example. You could say this is how much would be recovered from the new tech user rates, and this is how much would be recovered from our own.
If I may, Madam Chair. So today, it's based on the flows of the actual water. So, for example, in the future, I think, but we'll start with today. So, out of the 31,000 cubic meters, and I'm looking to Director Slama just to confirm my numbers here. At the current 31,000 cubic meters, we previously provided them with 9,500 cubic meters. So they would pay their share, 9,500 divided by 31,000. When we go to do the update, that will change because, of course, that 9,500 will no longer be that. It will be 20, well, I guess it'll start at 23.5, thank you, out of the 59,000. So then when we develop that rate study, it will be based on those new flows that are expected. And if we are behind in anything in terms of reserve recovery and things like that, that will be brought into consideration as well.
Thank you. That's excellent information to have, and that's what it verifies for me is that they're at a lower proportion at this point in time. Going into the plant expansion, will be a higher portion. So that's what I was trying to get from an answer perspective on the whole of all these. So I appreciate you indulging me to talk about that before you go individual.
Yep, for sure. All right, and so yeah, okay. So I have Mayor Hamlin and then Councillor Ring.
Thank you. With respect to the intake pipe inspection, I guess I have a similar question to our deputy mayor, which is there some consideration to be had as to whether this should be part of the capital costs of our plant expansion? And I say this because, you know, I have read the business case here, and the life of this pipe, you know, is such that we have to inspect it. And I did read that, you know, the option of not inspecting is critical failure, no water to our town, new Tecumseh, you know, anyone else. So but it seems to me to be an integral part of a plant expansion is to make sure there's a pipe to take the water, you know, that's functioning. And I mean, what if it just, you know, we might discover it's got to be replaced next year. I mean, I know we don't know where it's going, and that'd be the worst case, but so anyway, that's my question through you, Madam.
If I may, Madam Chair, I'll start, and then I'll if I've missed anything, I'll have Director Slama respond as well. But I'll also share that part of the rate structure that we have includes, you know, a certain amount that gets put away in the life cycle reserve each year as part of what we collect from our own users as well as new tech users to replace this pipe as well. So when considering whether it should be included in the overall capital works, I would say probably not right now, because in fact, you know, the idea is that this pipe should be available to us at least until 90,000 cubes. Doing this preventative maintenance helps us sort of you know, establish that possibly this could be part of the next plant expansion costs, or there would be a life cycle portion that's contained within the water rates that we're already charging to both new tech and our own users. Does that make some sense? And maybe Director Slama, I don't know if you had anything to add.
I you know what, I hear you, and I know there's different ways to look at this. I just see the pipe as, you know, maybe only has a design life of 20 years. And anyway, I think I just would appreciate if there was any portion of it, at least, that should be part of the expansion costs. If staff could mention this the next budget review. And that's all. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
If I may, Madam Chair, just one more thing.
Yes.
I think the only other thing, the agreement has been signed with New Tech with the design and the information for the costing as the plant stands today. So it would open up more negotiations towards that, I suppose, if that was, you know, the will of council.
Okay. Councillor Ring.
Just a question, I guess, to you as the chair of the committee. Are we going back to priority group 1, or are we just going to?
We are. These were overall questions in terms of the bigger picture, and we were trying to get
over it. I just want to make sure we're going to go back.
I promise.
Okay.
We're going to go back. All right. So I guess the thing I want to be clear on when we're making the decisions for priority group 1 and 2, Madam Treasurer, are these amounts the amounts that are reducing the annual contribution, or these amounts that are going to be impactful this very year and not carried forward or spread over? Can you just explain that to me exactly how I'm impacting only one taxpayer, whether it's water, wastewater, or whatever?
Fair. It's a good question. So I would say that the I don't want to say abnormal. I'm going to say that the major service enhancements like the water meter replacement program and then the intake pipe inspection have an impact on the reserve contribution for this year, for sure. The other items, I would say, for the most part, when we do rate studies, we include projections for operation costs to increase. So we may not specifically say that you're going to hire a new person or do an arc flash assessment, for example, but there is projections that are included to increase the costs of operating and maintenance over time. Outside of the normal increases like a cost of living adjustment or union contract negotiations or CPI sort of related things, there's always a little addition and projection to make sure that you cover those things. So that would certainly, I would say those other items, the sort of smaller ones, for the most part, would probably be managed in those projected updates. But those big meaty items that are nearly $800,000, that has a big impact on this year's contribution for sure.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so we're going to move to priority group one. Number one, the water meter replacement program, $315,000. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much. I know this that isn't a tax hit to the average taxpayer, and this particular item is through life cycle analysis of the water meters, and it indicates obviously what it says there, that 700 meters need to be replaced. $315,000 seems, and I'm not going to say it's a lot of money, because if we do have to replace 7, it's not a lot of money, or 700, it's not a lot of money. My problem is this is, or a question, I guess, for you to Director Slama, or if the treasurer can answer it. That's just based on how old these meters are. Doesn't matter if they're still working good, they might work for another 10 years. That's just saying they're this age, we're going to replace them. And I just wondered if there's any other way. I know predictive maintenance because I looked after it for 20 some years, but just because they think is there any way we can test these meters and not have to replace them just because this life cycle says it's time to replace them? Because I'd like to see the cost cut down on that if there's any way.
Okay. So if I may, Madam Chair, I'm going to bring Manager McGinnity up as well, but I will say that these meters are not functioning. It's not simply life cycle necessarily. So I'll let Manager McGinnity add to that.
Manager McGinnity.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we have almost 12,000 water meters in our system. So doing a life cycle analysis, we should be replacing about 650 meters a year. They typically last 15 years. That's the life cycle of them. We've been pushing them. Some of them, we have a lot that need to be replaced. And, as the treasurer mentioned, we have been playing catch up through COVID, trying to get back into residences and dealing with these meter issues. So there is a revenue impact as well by not doing this work and staying on top of it. So we're trying to get to the target and, work towards that 650 per year. Some of them are larger meters, which are more expensive. The individual meters, including the transmitter, are about total less than $500 per meter. But when you're into the larger several inch in diameter meters, we're talking thousands of dollars per meter, upwards of $10,000. So we're trying to tackle some of those big ones next year. But then we'll be back to the ongoing residential meter maintenance and replacement that needs to be done just as part of life cycle. And I will say, we're projecting this, we're trying to keep up. We have only one meter technician on staff, so that's a lot of work for one person to keep up with. So we're trying to allocate more resources through our water operations team, so our distribution operators can assist when they have capacity in slower seasons, like winter seasons. So trying to get ahead of things there. But the other layer of complexity is the transmitter rollout that was done in about 2018, 2019. So that allows for wireless transmission of meter readings, which is great, but it's more assets for us to maintain and replace. So we're looking at having to replace those. The batteries have a life of about 10 years. So we're forecasting a lot more staff time in troubleshooting some of these meter issues, transmitter issues, and also the cost to purchase replacement equipment.
Great. Follow up, Councillor?
Yes, please. I agree with everything you're saying, but my question was, we're just replacing them because that's the normal life cycle of these meters. We have, if we don't, we've got 700 meters out there that aren't working. And does that mean the residents get free water at this point, or?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So we do have an ongoing cycle of meters that work, don't work. We go fix them and then more break. So yes, there are periods of time where some residents are playing catch up. If the meter's still reading, but the transmitter's not working, or if the meter's not reading, then they are getting free water technically.
Thank you. That answers my question a little bit better. Maybe I didn't ask it right the first time because I thought if they're working, is there any way of just testing them and not replacing them, because the replacement cost is very expensive? I do know that.
Sorry, if I may, Madam Chair, just to maybe stretch a little bit further. They don't get free water. There's still the fixed rate. Yeah. It's the consumption charge only that they don't pay for. So there's definitely an aspect where revenues will increase. We've included that as part of the budget as well, as much as we can, because where we're not charging for consumption, of course, those revenues are not being caught currently today on the bills. That being said, we do go back a certain amount of time to capture what may be lost. So as they do this replacement program, that will help greatly, and there will be an increase in revenue to help offset that cost. It's not as great as what the costs are for the actual meters, unfortunately. Maybe from a residential side it is, but these large sort of industrial commercial meters are much more expensive than what's out there for residents.
Okay. Yep. Deputy Mayor.
Unless just a clarification then, because I would have thought that if you didn't have an operating meter, you probably would assess on an estimated basis based on the previous history as far as consumption goes. So you don't. I understand that. If you had difficulty getting in to make a meter change because of the customer side of it, would you introduce some sort of an estimate as far as the consumption goes? Because I thought that there actually was a ratcheting up estimate was done on a basis of how long it had been not operating, to the point where it was trying to make it the point to the owner, you're better to get this changed, because we're just going to continue to ratchet up because we don't know what's going on with it.
If I may, Madam Chair. So we do estimate accounts. That does happen. When an account has not been read for a certain amount of time, the estimating does stop. So we have been correcting that and starting the estimating over. I don't know about the ratcheting up. I'm not aware of that, but I will also share that it's not always the resident's fault. These things happen. I've got lots of experience in my past life as well, trying to manage these meters and make sure they're all reading. 700 out of about 12,000. I know it sounds like a lot. Is not, isn't a crazy amount. We're always going to have these sort of flipping over. We got a big catch up because in COVID times, they couldn't go into anybody's home. So that made it very difficult, and it pushed the backlog quite significantly. And as Manager McGinnity mentioned, we have one meter technician, so we can only do so many to try and correct, and then have this backlog makes it extremely difficult. I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Yes, sure. So if I may, the estimating typically occurs when there's a 0 meter read, but we are unable to determine if it's the meter or the transmitter is the issue when we get to the site. And if the meter has stopped working, we bill based on the meter reading. So we would have no record to say what they actually consumed, and we don't have anything within our water bylaw that would allow us to go back and make an estimate based on 0 change in the meter reading. So that's how we would address those. In terms of the ratcheting up, there is that provision. We do have something in the fees and charges bylaw for a flat rate, and that's something that we have not had to implement at this point in terms of residents who have not granted access, but it's something that we have considered if we get pushback from residents. And I mean, there are situations as well where meters are inaccessible that, we have that opportunity to maybe use that function of the bylaw there.
Yes.
That's great. And that's what I was actually recalling is the aspect of totally agree with the Treasurer's comment that in many cases, it's not the residents' issue. It's the meter issue, which is the utilities issue. But I also know from my past experience that there can be people who have the situation and can be hard to get to make the change. And so of the 700, it didn't sound to me like all 700 weren't working. Am I wrong on that, or could you just give us an idea of percentage that weren't working, and then a percentage of what was being life cycle replaced?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. So the 700 is a forecast of what we will need to purchase next year. We're not saying, I can't say for sure how many we don't have working at this moment in time, but we're constantly going and addressing issues. We might have 500 that aren't working at this moment in time, but over the next course of the next 12 months, we could have another 700 that fail. So we're trying to stay on top of it, and that's what the 700 forecast includes.
Fingers crossed for you on the idea of the end of next year.
Okay. All right. Did I miss anybody wanted to speak on this one? All right. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the 315,000? Yeah. Vice Chair Doherty and Deputy Mayor. Okay. Seeing no other cards. All those in favor of the addition? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to the second priority one, which is the arc flash assessment, $70,000. Is there a mover and a seconder? Or any more further questions of clarification? Mover, Vice Chair Doherty, seconder, Councillor Baines. Seeing no other questions, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Priority group 2, and just so people know there's light at the end of the tunnel, I think when we get done to of these 4, we're going to take a break. Brief break. All right, number 1, intake pipe inspection. $450,000 would reduce the contribution to the reserve. Mover and a seconder, please. Mayor Hamlin, Councillor Baines. Any further questions or clarification? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Woo, that's defeated. I'm a little worried about that. Okay. All right. Number 2, project manager, water, wastewater. 144,000 shared between water and wastewater. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Baines, seconded by Vice Chair Doherty. Any further questions or clarification? All those in favor? Or opposed? And that is defeated. The water hydraulic model, 100,000. Mover and a seconder. Seeing none, moving on. Number 4, update electrical line drawings, operation and maintenance of drinking water treatment and distribution service. Do you want to speak before this one or after this one?
I could speak before. Thank you. I absolutely understand that these are council's decisions with respect to these items that are put forward. One of the very important things that council does is ensure that we have a good, safe, continuous supply of drinking water. A couple of these cause me some concern because I think they are very important non-tax items that should go forward from a safety or a risk perspective. And I wanted to note that I think you will need to get some more respect that you're making your decisions for today with the information that you have. I think we will need to bring you back some more information on several of these items because they are items that contain significant risk if we defer them or don't carry out some of the key work that's very important. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. And I would just add hence my positive votes because that water liability is pretty big for us. It goes right to our personal homes and our personal books. All right. So number 4, but lots of opportunities in draft 5, 6, 7, wherever. Update electrical line drawings, operation and maintenance of drinking water treatment and distribution service, $75,000. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Bates, seconded by Vice Chair Doherty. Seeing no other questions. Oh, yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through you to the treasurer. So for this particular item that's recommended as part of the water treatment plant expansion, should it not be or could it not be allocated to that cost as opposed to ongoing operational?
Go ahead.
And speak to that. And I would also say that likely there is some electrical that is being recovered through the user rates as well, but I'll let them do the comment one.
Yep.
You know, share.
Or to better document what our existing condition is. So this is important information for us to have, even if we didn't move ahead with a water treatment plant expansion at this moment in time. The drawings that are available for electrical and our SCADA contractors are not accessible or reflecting of what is necessarily currently there. A lot of modifications and things have been happening over the 20 plus years that this plant has been in service. So the recommendation from some electrical contractors that were in there this past year doing some work was that we do a fulsome look at what our existing condition is, and this will help smooth any future work that we're doing, whether it's part of the plant expansion or any other work at the water treatment plant. And
follow up. Good. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much. That's fine, but when we're getting these explanations and we're reading them here, it doesn't say that. It's talking about transition into the expansion, and I'm just wondering why, if it's 5 years away, why we have to do it now when it clearly just says it makes a smoother transition. I mean, if we get the explanation that it's needed now, it would change my mind on maybe some of these, but the explanations here, sometimes I'm just wondering why we have to do it this year. That's all.
Okay. See you.
I actually, thank you, Chair. I did want to add a general comment with respect to the charges of the this water, the provision of clean drinking water. And I wanted to make a really simple explanation in that all of the costs related to the provision of water, where the water is shared with other municipalities, are ultimately shared with and partially to their proportion paid by the other municipalities over time. So in any of these, when we're looking at, do other municipalities who enjoy the fresh, clean, wonderful water pay their fair share? The answer always will be over time, yes, they are. Just in case you were wondering, or maybe got lost in what was a rate study and what wasn't a rate study, and how soon those turned into fair recompensation, is that we have worked those out with the other municipalities and sharing those costs over time.
Okay. No other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the $75,000? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. And that is carried. All right. I think we're going to take a bit of a break here. So 10 minutes, stretch. See you back here at 25 to 8. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We will proceed. So we have approved number 4 for the 75,000 out of priority group 2 of the water services. There's been one request and we have the ability, because this is the budget, we don't have to have a request to reconsider. I think given the information that staff have provided in terms of our liability with these water decisions, number 1, 2, and 3, if I have a mover and seconder for the 3 or severed, to vote again on whether we're including those in the non-tax impact portion. So looking at you, Vice Chair Doherty. Do you wish to move anything?
Yes, Chair. I would like to put forward a motion to reconsider item 2, project manager, water wastewater.
Yep. Is there a seconder to include that? Councillor Baines. All right. No other questions on why we're doing this? We have the ability to do it. Yep. Councillor Ring.
Just a question on what we're talking about a safety factor here. We don't have one now. So are we working unsafe, or like why would we bring it back under safety?
Madam Chair,
I'm going to call on Manager McGinnity and Director Slama to help me, or Director Slama to help me with this. But business case F, and I can actually, Jenny, if I snip this, we could put it up on the screen for everybody, if that's possible. Do you think you could do that? If I give you a little snip, that might be a little bit more helpful. And Jenny's going to try and pull it up. While she's doing that, I'll ask Manager McGinnity to come forward and just talk through some of the projects that are coming up over the next 5 years.
Thank you. Yes, so this project manager position was put forward looking at our capital forecast for the water and wastewater services at the town of Collingwood, and recognizing that, yes, we do have one project manager within the division and one project coordinator that we recently hired. And in the past 5 years, I tried to pull some stats just for context. In the past 5 years, we've delivered on average, I believe it was around, sorry, I don't have that number in front of me, but I believe it was around $10 million a year in capital projects for water and wastewater services. The 10-year look ahead forecast, we're looking at delivering upwards of, I think, about $70 million a year. We just don't have the staffing capacity to deliver those projects with our existing staff complement. The biggest projects that are on the radar are the wastewater treatment plant expansion. In addition to the water treatment plant expansion, we have the Stewart Road Reservoir Booster Pumping Station. We have a new water tower EA. There are a lot of growth-related projects that are on the books that need to move forward. In addition, we speak to asset management as well, and just life cycle replacements and what's coming down the pipe, literally, figuratively, in terms of water and wastewater. So, you know, I really tried to emphasize, I see the notes here also looking at and recognizing as part of the wastewater plant, we do need a new outfall, which will be an interesting project. But also we've identified a future intake as well. And we've spoken a little bit about the existing intake and, you know, the risks associated with our current intake being fairly near shore, shallow waters, the impacts of climate change that we're trying to navigate, as well as growth and the age of the asset. So recognizing we have only one intake to service the entire town of Collingwood and our customer municipalities, we're putting a lot of faith in that one pipe. So these projects are priorities for the water wastewater department. And in order to move them forward, we do need additional people. So without this position being approved, I see a lot of those projects being deferred.
Okay. Thank you, Manager McGinnity. All right. So if there's no other questions, we have a mover and a seconder for the 144,000 for the project manager water wastewater. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. Okay, and that is carried. All right. Now, all right. So now we'll move back to presentation mode by Treasurer Quinlan for the wastewater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just wait for the presentation to come back up. And I did want to mention, we did want the opportunity to speak about the engineering manager position as well once we get wrapped up through these other items. We didn't put a slide together, but certainly have some information we'd like to share when we talk about that. So we're going to move on to wastewater, the wastewater service. So once again, similar to the tax supported budget, all inflationary items have been included in the current draft of the wastewater services budget. This wastewater rates work exactly like a water rate in that we develop a study based on the cost for operations and maintenance. And we also look at what the projected amounts are that will be required from capital, the flows that we receive in terms of revenues, and then we come up with a rate that's required to maintain the system. And Jenny, if I can ask you to go one slide more, thank you. So similar to water, I wanted to review the life cycle contribution of wastewater as well. You'll note again at the very first line is the rate study projection. So the water and wastewater rates are determined at the same time. Obviously, they're very correlated. So the studies are completed together. So the very first line is the rates study projection. And then again, we have that actual contribution and then the deficit or surplus from those amounts. You'll note that for the most part, we are collecting more than what the study has projected. Not necessarily a bad thing in the sense that it allows us to manage sort of forward forecasting rates in a different manner. It is also sometimes very difficult to determine what the actual flows will be. So it can be, sort of, and it is an estimate and in projection. We did change the way the calculation occurred, or let me rephrase that. We did change back in 2019 how the rates were established. So there was a bit of a reduction, you'll note, come 2021. But we do continue to see that we are collecting slightly more than what was originally projected. Again, just a reminder that these projections are based on many, many years and are expected to cover much time. So it's never going to be perfect. What you aim to be is somewhat conservative. And in fact, it's better if we are collecting a little more to help us plan for the future rather than doing catch up in reverse. So, and if we look at our tax rates in some ways, we can see that, we're trying to catch up, especially when it comes to the asset management piece. And we're going to talk about that soon. When you're further behind, it's much more difficult to move yourself forward. When we're a little bit ahead of what you project, it's a lot more, it's a lot easier to establish a rate that's both affordable and manageable and attacks the asset management in a manner that you can sustain. So I'm going to move to the next slide, please. So we don't have very many wastewater items that we're looking at. We have one under priority group number 1, which is the ARC flash assessment, which again is the electrical health and safety, but this is for wastewater treatment plant rather than the water treatment plant. So it's set at $35,000. And then next slide, please. We have a few here in priority group number 2 and one in priority group number 3. So under priority group number 2, we have the standard operating procedures for the wastewater treatment plant log operation and SPS overflow events. This is under operation and maintenance of the wastewater collection and treatment system services. and it's under I&I risk mitigation, and I always mess this up. That's inflow and infiltration risk mitigation. We have a lot more information under business case G. So happy to go over that, but that is set at $75,000. And then the second one we have under priority group number 2 is to review and update the hydraulic profile for our wastewater treatment plant. Again, similar to what we were putting forward in underwater. This is under asset management and development of that management service. Again, this is infill and inflow risk mitigation and amounts to $25,000. And then the final item we have included under priority group number 3 is the wastewater use bylaw backflow engineering technician under business case H. There are some revenues that will offset this particular position over time, albeit in the first year, it's difficult for us to collect while the bylaws are being put in place. So we put the full amount in there at $124,000. But if you do take a look at business case H, we do talk about the revenues that are currently associated with the extra strength surcharge agreements. Today, that amount is over $200,000 per year. If we were able to expand this program, we would be able to recover a significant amount more, considering the types of businesses that have come along throughout the last several years. More notably, or most notably, under the microbrewery section, where some surcharge agreements would be required. So that is it for the wastewater service enhancements at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. Any points of clarification overall as opposed to any individual items? Seeing none, is anybody opposed to voting to priority group 1 and 2 together? Or do you need them all severed out? Severed? Okay, so we'll vote on priority 1. Is there a mover and a seconder for the arc flash for $35,000? Thank you, Vice Chair Doherty. Mayor Hamlin, any other questions? I think it's self-explanatory. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Priority group 2, do we need those severed out, or can we vote on both priority 2s together? I have a mover and a seconder for priority group 2. Vice Chair Doherty, seconder. Mayor Hamlin, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the 2 items within priority group 2. Opposed? Noted, and that is carried. Priority group 3. Is there a mover and a seconder? Vice Chair Doherty. Councillor Baines. Seeing no other questions, all those in favor? Opposed? And that one is defeated. 7-2. All right.
Okay.
Moving on.
Moving on to the Building Code Act service. So next slide, please. So the table you see before you here shows the amount of surplus or deficit that has been experienced over the last couple of years for the Building Service Department. You'll note that in the year 2020, the division did see a deficit because of the pandemic. However, for the most part in general, they have been provided a reasonable surplus each year. The rates charged by building services are established through rate studies, not quite like water and wastewater, but similar in the sense that we look at the efforts that are required. Because in these cases, of course, we want growth to pay for growth. So the building permit fees that are collected are intended to cover the costs that we have in order to maintain the inspections and the prevention and all the things that the Building Code Act require. So The rates and fees haven't been updated in quite some time. They do follow CPI, but as part of the DAP review or the development application process review that we're going through right now, the building fees are also being reviewed. So we're expecting that in early 2024, we'll see some updated rates specific to that. There's a little bit of a nuance too for the building code service as well. And under the Building Code Act, there is the authority to collect fees to recover the cost of all administration. There's also a portion of the act that allows for any excess revenue to be placed in a stabilization reserve fund, which is exactly what we do today. The purpose of the reserve fund is to support the building permit program to offset those periods of low building. So for example, like when we had in 2020, so that you don't have to fluctuate your staffing levels to manage through sort of a shorter year. The town has established a building reserve stabilization policy. We attached that as part of the report. Today, it sits at a balance of about 1.9 million. Now, the Building Code Act doesn't set a specific amount as to what that stabilization reserve should be valued at. But I would say that industry standard is anywhere between 18 and 24 months of building service operations. And we are pretty close to the 2 years of operations, so that's quite good. Again, with all the other operation or all the other services that we've reviewed, the inflationary items have been included in the base budget. So we only have one service enhancement to review for council consideration. So if I can ask you to next slide, please, Jenny. Oh, I missed a slide. So there is one, and it is a priority one. It's the building inspector contract to full-time. We have a business case included as business case J. This position was originally approved to cover increasingly high permit and construction activity. And the building services area says that they are able to confirm that the need for the full-time position is there. The permit revenue is now rebounding back. In fact, in 2021, the permit revenue was quite high, but today it's rebounding back to sort of the pre-slowdown rates that were being experienced. The construction value of issued permits has been holding steady, indicating larger and I think more complicated projects, which is one of the issues that the building code service is seeing. Our shovel-ready developments include over 800 residential units and over 17,000 square meters of commercial and industrial developments that will be requiring permits and inspections. So additional inspection activity is also required to continue to inspect and close over 3,500 open permits. So what the Building Code Service is asking for is moving a contract business inspector position to a full-time position, and that costs an additional $14,000 per year.
Okay. Any questions of clarification? Yep, Councillor Ring.
Maybe I didn't hear it, but it's currently a contract position. I know that. How long have we had this contract position, did you say?
If I may, Madam Chair, I did not say. We've had the position for 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. Do I have a mover and a seconder to approve priority to item 1 building inspector contract? Thank goodness for Vice Chair Doherty today. Seconder. Thank you. Councillor Perry. Okay. There's no other questions or concerns to be expressed. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. All right. All right. Asset management, everybody's favorite.
Everybody's favorite. If I may, Madam Chair, I thought it might make sense before we move on to asset management that we maybe speak to the engineering manager position if the CAO was so inclined to do so. We do have it as, sorry, go ahead.
Because that's in the taxable portion.
Okay.
I would prefer not to jump to that at this point, because it is included in a motion I have to go back to receive, etc.
Fair. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Asset management. So We're going to continue the conversation a little bit, and I'm sure, we're all tired of hearing the word, but I really can't express to you how critically important this is to be able to continue to carry on the services and the programs that we offer here. I heard a little bit earlier about some sidewalks that are uneven or ditching repairs. We talked about the water intake pipe inspection. When we push these types of things off, we just kick the can down the road. And it just means increased costs, increased risk to failure, increased risk to being able to provide the programs and services that our residents have come to rely upon. So I know, we are probably quite tired of hearing me profess about why it's so important. But it just really is a very critical piece. We are not the only municipality in the situation that is underfunded. We all understand that, I think. But we also have a responsibility to make sure from a staff's perspective that we continue to sort of advocate for something that is just so critical to be able to do the things that we want to do, to be able to have the parks, to be able to walk on a sidewalk, to be able to drive on the road, to be able to turn on your taps and put water through it. All of these things, as I'll use this term quite a bit, kick the can down the road, means increased risk of us being able to do those things that are much required in order to get there. So when you look at the slide in front of you right now, that very top slide is what we presented as a funding requirement back in 2022 when we did the first the first asset management plan that was only for core assets. Core assets are listed there: roads, bridges, water, wastewater, stormwater. So although, our residents might say, and I'm sure we would as well, that we have a number of other assets that aren't considered to be core: fire station, fire trucks, parks, arenas, all those other things. They haven't been included yet. And that's going to be coming up over the next couple of weeks. You're going to see that updated plan. So when we presented our core asset management plan back in 2022, we were using 2021 dollars. It was mid-year. And at that time, our total funding requirement was $10.1 million. Since that time, as we project, so within the plan that was presented, we used an inflation rate of 2%, because that's really what we had seen over the last 10 years at least. But when I look at that number again and I update for the 2023 dollars and include the actual CPI that was indicated back then, that 10.1 million now becomes almost $11 million. I'm also including, when we look at this chart, the amount that we've brought in from our reserves, or for our reserves, as well as the capital levy, and that was $6.8 million. And when I determined what we need at the end of the year in comparison to what we had previously thought. So previously we thought we would require about $800,000. So when I increased the CPI, that added an additional burden. And then on top of that, our Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund grant reduced by about $300,000. So those two things combined meant that we actually are now short $1.8 million from, a year and a half ago at this time, from the original $800,000. So that's both tax and non-tax supported. But it just gives you an idea of how much additional these years add up. Now, are we in a period of inflation that I would say likely, we wouldn't see again, I suppose, or at least we hope. But again, as we push these projects down the road, what also occurs is it gets more expensive to fix it, because more things happen. When we don't do the inspections that we need to do, other items come up and prop up as we carry on. Next slide, please. So What I'm showing here is again out of the asset management plan, and in the report I note which pages this information comes from. But if it's probably been a while since you've looked at the asset management plan, and there's a lot of pages there. So if there's one section I would say you should really focus on, it's the final section where it talks about the financing strategy, and it sorts out or sort of details what, how far we're behind, what kind of I can't think of the word here, but what kind of backlogs, sorry, I was going to say overlog, backlogs we've had in each type of our assets. For example, in our road assets, we were $10 million behind back in 2022. Those numbers just progress as we move forward year after year after year. So we had $10 million worth of backlog. Now in 2023, it's probably closer to $13 million. And that backlog just carries on and on. What I'm showing here is a graph that was included in the asset management plan and was for the tax supported reserves only, to show where we got into trouble if we didn't do something, if we didn't increase our contributions to reserves. Now, when I originally showed this, and when I say got into trouble, where our reserves became a deficit. So you can see in the red bar going down that back in 2022, when we presented this plan, 2031 was where we started to see, okay, now we're getting into trouble. This didn't incorporate the $10 million in backlog, by the way. So that's another piece that we need to keep in mind. When I fix this and change this for where we're at today, we now are looking at closer to mid-2028. So in the matter of 1 year, albeit a very interesting couple of years that we've just gone through, we've reversed ourselves by 3 years. And again, we're not even considering the backlogs associated with any of these assets. We've been really fortunate, to be frank. The town has been very fortunate in that over the last several years, we have been able to build somewhat of a decent base in terms of what our life cycle reserve fund has been. But the fact is that it's still not enough. When we look at the information that's in front of us, we still have more to do, and things change every year. And I think when we bring forward those non-core assets, it's going to be extremely eye-opening for us all to see what is available, or what the backlog and the deficit will be at that point. Right now, all the contributions we make to reserves, I'm including in our core asset numbers here. So when we go to do a similar exercise and we look at the rest of the assets, you're going to see that zero goes to reserves, that very little comes from grants. Those assets are very, very difficult to get grants for. They're not like the base infrastructure grants that we get today. OSIF is a regular grant, could go away, but for now it's there. The federal gas tax, or the Canada Community Building Fund. We can use that fund to help support the non-core assets as well. But the fact is we need it for our infrastructure too. So there will be lots of decisions that we have to make. What do you fix first? And what's the best option for the funds? I know you hear it all the time, and we know that it's impossible to be 100% recovery. It's impossible. If we could do that, then we wouldn't have to talk about 100,000 here and 200,000 there. It would be much simpler to have that perspective. And I don't think we're even as staff promoting that we should be 100% recoverable, because it would just be unaffordable for our residents. But I do have to implore, and we'll go back to the discussion from earlier, that at least considering a commitment of 1% to help us increase the base of what we're currently bringing to our reserve is extremely important. And I would be remiss to not bring it up again. We feel that if you, again, go back to that asset management plan under core assets, you can really see all the different options we had laid out before council at that time. And one of the major options was to slowly increase the base. And 1% I know is a lot. It seems like a lot, and it is, but it's $380,000, which won't, get us up to full recovery, certainly, but it will at least provide us with a base to start to continue to recover that. So as what we'd like to sort of add as a priority number 2, again, is an asset management plan reserve contribution of 1%.
Okay. Nobody slid out of their chair. Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. It will be an interesting discussion. This is something, as I said before, which is very close to my heart. I would just suggest that, again, in my business, if the deal is something you don't necessarily like, but that you're prepared to live with, then that's actually a pretty positive outcome. I would suggest to all councillors that if we saved, quote unquote, 450 from not doing the pipe inspection this year, I would suggest taking, the treasurer suggests 380. I would perhaps modify that a bit to say 343,000 and some odd to bring the 1.833, 433, I think it was, down to an even 1.5, this being the deficit. You'll have to tell me what the actual numbers are, which is slightly less than your 380, but nevertheless, I would propose a motion that the contribution of the 2024 AMP be 300 and...
Madam Chair,
433.
May I ask just for some clarification?
Please.
Did you mean, I'm sorry, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure I understand.
The chair knows.
Okay.
Because we were at 1.8 point.
Yeah, it was 1.842433. So you're going to propose 342433.
Correct.
Out of the tax side, understanding the 415 in the non-tax side isn't going to help you at all. This is going to be outright.
Oh.
Right.
Yes,
okay,
but
so
I will still propose it.
You can propose anything you want. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing. 342
433. I got it now.
433. Deputy Mayor?
Just asking for clarification on a part of the presentation. Treasurer Quinlan, you made reference to the fact that the gas tax can be used to support non-core assets, and I thought I'd got a response to that question earlier in the year that it could only be put towards the core assets. Can you clarify on that?
If I may, Your Worship, Madam Chair.
Answer to me.
No, I'm not sure if that was from us, but the Canada Community Building Fund, part of that change is that it can be used. For example, we are using it on the shoreline at Sunset Point or Millennium Park. I can't remember, Sunset Point. So it can be used for parks, and maybe it was the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. That's a little bit more tricky and is based on core assets only. But the Canada Community Building Fund is the former federal gas tax.
Follow up. So what you're saying is there's some new rules about it compared to the former gas tax?
I think the rules have been in place for a few years now, so 3 or 4 years, but the federal gas tax can be applied to non-core assets. It has some specific qualifiers. So, for example, there are some green initiatives that are included there, or I believe some accessibility as well. It's been a while since I've looked at the actual qualifiers, but we certainly use it on parks programs and others as well.
I do know FCM did a lot of advocacy work in expanding the ability to apply those funds.
So further follow up then, the chart you showed where you came to the 1,000,008 shows the gas tax in the CCBF. Is that the whole portion of it being applied, or is it a portion of it?
No, that's correct. That's the entire portion allocated to the core assets.
But you're using it in other cases for some non-core assets?
Last year, yes, we had saved almost $4 million because the gas tax hadn't been applied to projects for several years. So we did have some additional funds available for us to use against the Sunset Point shoreline work.
And that 4 million that you mentioned, that majority of that will go against core assets.
The majority in general, we apply to core assets, yes. Yeah.
And is that taken into account with the $10 million shortfall you speak of?
It is when you look at the reserve total, yes. So it's in the reserve. So when I look at the $10 million we have per year, I'm saying we get 720,000 per year. That 4 million was a backlog of federal gas tax funds. So when you look at the reserve balances on the next slide, that is taken into consideration as part of your starting point of the reserve, but not in the total there, no.
Yeah,
because it's a one-time.
It's been hard to follow because, of course, we didn't see these slides in advance. So I'm just trying to piece it all together. So that's good for now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep, Mayor Hamlin.
I'm having trouble with this, and it's not I like to save and be planning, and if I need a new roof, there's money there. Okay. So, but I don't I'm having trouble with what should we be doing? Certainly when we're acquiring a major asset, we might have a loan to finance that. And I have noticed that sometimes if we're replacing a major water pipe or a water line, as it's called, there'll be a debenture. So I feel like there must, and I haven't looked at the asset management plan for a long time, so I have it's like it doesn't exist in my brain. But I'm assuming in there's a list of all the things that need to be done and in what time frame and when we're going to need funds. And likewise, it's what you're doing with the non-core assets. So if those two were merged and we could see, in this time frame, this has to be done and we need 2 million and then we need 10 million and then is there some kind of happy case we would see when we should be borrowing, money to get there? Because we're never going to come up with 3 percentage points as a tax increase to finance, and I can see why we should be, but it just doesn't seem feasible. So I'm just sort of wondering, could we see a big plan? Would that work if we were to put that together? Or am I sort of
Madam Chair, yes. So it's a good question. So when we do incorporate the non-core assets, that for sure you will see sort of a more fulsome plan. Currently, what you see in the asset management plan is specifically for the core assets by each asset. But you're right, we would look at debentures as well, but also consider the fact that we have a limit on what our debentures can be, and some of the conversations about the future capital projects that we need, and the fact that we do need some larger proportions in order to manage other capital projects that maybe aren't always life cycle dependent either, or are life cycle dependent. So when we look at the asset management on a whole, we don't look at debentures that would be incorporated, because we need to see sort of, okay, what's the worst case scenario? And then of course, yes, you're going to debenture, because there are going to be times when we put away, for example, $2.5 million per year, but one year we might have to spend 15 million just because of the timing. And then in the next year, you might have to spend 10. So those are times to manage your cash flow for sure, but you still have to recover those amounts, because then you have to pay the debentures as well. So that's sort of the circle that happens, but it is a very valid question for sure.
You're okay now? Or sorry, as far as we can be. Councillor Baines.
Can I sort of address the mayor's question as well? I'm a member of a ski club, just attended our annual meeting, and the treasurer got up and spoke about planning for capital costs going forward right to 2048. This is only the lifts, which now are about $5 million a piece. But by the year 2048, that lift that has to be replaced will be, they estimate, $48 million then. So we went through with a graph showing, because it's approximately every 7 years, another lift would be needed to be replaced. So the capital reserve, which is what the charge is to each member right now, is currently $250. And the treasurer was walking through with the members the necessity to increase the capital reserve, probably to 500, because he said otherwise, the upshot of that is that we're probably going to have to be doing assessments in each of these valleys between the replacement of each of the lifts. So and you know how the members took a look at, they do not like assessments, just like tax increases, if you will. So he said it's not a pretty picture, but it's the reality. So it's members, consider this and take your pick. Do you want to increase the capital reserve, the annual capital reserve per member now, so that we build the capital reserve so that we can pay for these in an orderly manner as we go through the years? And I thought that was an excellent explanation. And for my own, well, I don't like the increase to the capital reserve, but it will make it so much easier and more gradual, the slope, rather than these outrageous assessments every 7 years, which are so harmful, if you will, to the members. Much like the situation we're in right here, I would put it to you. So I would urge you to consider this, that a little bit of pain, and in this case, it's just slightly under 1% perhaps, but it'd be the same explanation that we'd have to have with our citizens and taxpayers as well, that I just am very concerned about what the future would bring when one of these huge items comes up and we just don't have the reserves to pay for it. And how are we going to come up with the money? I mean, it could be a debenture, but then the next one comes and we got to do another debenture and another one. So I just say, give some thought to that. And that's why I propose this motion and am in support of it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ring?
Thank you. I've heard two different estimates here. If we support this motion as it is now, how much are we adding to the tax?
1%. So we're going to give you a 5.25.
Okay, because sorry, I thought the mayor just said it would be 3%, but I just. Oh, okay. Thank you. What I was going to mention though was that I've heard it more than once about the water intake. Don't get me wrong. I am not saying it doesn't have to be done. I'm having a problem with the cost just for an inspection. Last meeting, we started at 600,000. 2 weeks later, we're down to 450. I think if I keep getting it denied, maybe by the time we get a budget going, they'll be wanting to pay us. But I mean, I find it really hard for just an inspection to be 450. And if that's an estimate that we've got to pay, if they can go out and do the work for 200,000, they're not going to invoice us 200,000. They're going to invoice us 450. And that's I just really find it hard to spend that much money on it. Just the inspection. I can see the repairs, but just the inspection, and that's what we're told. That's all that is. That's why I'm having a hard time supporting it at this time.
All right. So we will have that discussion outside of this decision in terms of the AMP.
Yeah.
Have you spoken already? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to the treasurer. So this reserve forecast, is this including our non-core assets? No. And yet we have to undertake a non-core asset management plan by legislation. We must, which when that is added to this scenario, I'm going to assume is going to make it even worse. So I mean, yes, I mean, nobody wants to increase tax rate by another 1%, but I really think that we have kicked this can down the road too many times, and with our legislated requirements for non-core assets, I think we need to do this.
Okay. My question the 6.5 million in reserve that got added to the water reserve from our 18.5% interest. At the time, we could have voted to put it anywhere, and we voted to put it in the water reserve. So how big a part of our go forward funding model for the water treatment plant is that? And is there the ability to move some of that 6.5 million, say 500,000, over to AMP to give us the year to, do we have the ability to do that? And what would I be jeopardizing to suggest that?
So if I may, Madam Chair. So it's a big question. So the 6.5 million, you're right. We never really got to the point of discussing, whether that should be in the water reserve or somewhere else. I would say, and not everybody would agree necessarily, but that I would advocate that it does belong in the water reserve because the way we looked at the 6.5 million, it was in exchange for the fact that the benefit of use payment for New Tech was not paid in the past. So had they paid that amount, then that would definitely end up in the water reserve. So that's the way staff looked at it. And when I say staff, I mean me. That doesn't mean that's the way council needs to approach it. But I certainly I feel pretty strongly about that. I would say if you removed it, the idea is, does that impact what the core asset reserve balance will be for non-tax? Yes, it does. It does. I don't have that calculation right in front of me, but it certainly does. To move 500,000, would that cause an extreme variance? Probably not. Probably not. But if you were saying keeping 500,000, I guess it was your intention that the 500,000 would offset the intake pipe inspection, for example, or you meant to share within the tax supported side of things? The
tax supported side, okay. So that we could just automatically move it into AMP out of water and thereby not have to do the motion for the 1%. Where I was going.
Okay. So the only thing I would say to wrap up that is that's a one-time kick and it's not building the base for future years. Right.
Yeah. So no, I understand all that. Okay. I guess my point is I said it last budget, we can't be all things to all people. And this tax increase is going to start pushing more people into the no housing situation. And I just think if I can find a way temporarily to get us over this hump, and then next year, maybe we have to talk about it and it's a different scenario. I'm just looking for ways that I can balance the whole thing. So anyway, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And it's been a long night and you've done a tremendous job on answering questions. I'm going to seek clarification here. And sure. It's because when you said about the 6.5 million to cover what they had not paid in benefit of use, I think you meant to say the capital cost of the 6,000 cubic meters at the plant, because the benefit of use was the 2 million, which was paid, and 1.3 million of it was used to do the purchase of the railway. So right. It was just a clarification. As I said, you've done a tremendous job in answering the questions. And I knew when you said benefit of use, you really didn't mean it. So I just thought I'd mention that, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You're absolutely right. I said benefit of use, but you're absolutely right. It is the capital contribution for the 6,000 cubes. My apologies. Yes.
All right. Yeah, she's a star. All right. So I'm not seeing any other cards. So we're going to vote on the motion to add 342,433 to the taxable portion of our budget. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that is defeated. All right. We'll be looking for other options. Don't give up on us.
Okay, I've got one final slide here.
So, before you do that, I think we better do a motion to extend. And I'm really hoping to only do one of these this evening. So if you, maybe, so you can see what the plan is, we're going to for sure defer 5.3 and 5.5. And we'll see from there what we do with our next hour. I mean, of course, it's always up to you, but I'm really hoping we don't have to. So motion to defer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor, to extend. I'd really like to defer everything, but anyway, no, all right. So all those in favor of the extension, and that is carried almost unanimously. Half, that was 8.5. It was unanimous. All right. Last slide.
Okay, last slide. So Jenny, sorry if I can get you to go one more slide. We also wanted to provide some context to our tax rates for 2023 and neighboring municipalities. So what you see here, and it's very difficult to see because it's so small, is the tax rates for all of Simcoe County and a couple of the other ones that we felt were important to include, which includes Grey Highlands, the town of Blue Mountains, and of course the town of Meaford. You'll see that the town of Collingwood is, 6 over where the arrow is pointing. But in fact, the other municipalities in this year, especially in 2023, are catching up. So, for example, one of the municipalities that we do get compared with most often is the town of Wasaga Beach. And last year when this comparison was provided, that was an amount of about $430 difference. Today, that's just over $300. So there's quite an increase that occurred in Wasaga Beach last year that caught us up a bit there. I'll also say that when we do these comparisons, and I'm sure you've heard me say this before, it is so very critical that we look at the differences between municipalities. We do provide similar services for the most part, but not always the same service. They are different. So just to give you a few examples, when we've talked about it before, there's lots of municipalities that receive the OMPF. In fact, we are the only municipality in the county of Simcoe that does not receive the OMPF, and it's largely because of our population density. Not all municipalities provide the same services and programs, and not at the same level of service. For example, road clearing, when we do winter maintenance, one municipality might provide minimum maintenance standards and another municipality might provide a little bit above that. So those things are very important. I think age and type of infrastructure plays a big role. We are an old town. We've been here since 1858. We have old infrastructure. The asset management plans of today weren't even thought about 50 years ago. So easy to say now that, yes, they should have. Yes, we would all like it that, 50 years ago when this town was in a different, situation that would have happened, but it didn't. I'm going to go back to sort of the comparison a little bit to give you a real taste of the difference between the town of Collingwood and the town of Wasaga Beach, because that is one of the towns we are most often compared to. And this isn't about, saying one community is better than the other. We're just different. That is the reality. So with respect to the staffing, for example, in the town of Collingwood, we do have 202 full-time employees. The town of Wasaga Beach has 166, but there are some major differences. And one of the major differences is that for water and wastewater treatment services, the town of Wasaga Beach contracts that out to the Ontario Clean Water Agency. That amounts to 8 staff that we have included in our totals. Another area is that the town of Collingwood has 2 arenas. The town of Wasaga Beach has 1. They are currently about to open, in very near future, a brand new facility, which I suspect you will see an increase in their staffing to manage that as well. But that's, they also only have 1 pool. Their pool is programmed out of the YMCA. we have two pools in the town. One is programmed by the YMCA. The other is programmed by the town staff. So just in looking at those types of roles, that can amount to about 5 employees as well. The total indoor facility square footage that Director Culver and his staff manage is over 10,500 or 10,200 square meters. In comparison to the town of Wasaga Beach, that manages about 6,800. That's almost 4,000 square meters difference in terms of the type of facilities we provide. We do have more fire staff as well. There's an additional 9 fire staff that the town of Collingwood has, but we also have many more industrial facilities. We have 2 high schools. We have a hospital. We have commercial establishments. We have distilleries. We have many more apartments and condo units. So the mix and type of firefighting that would occur in the town of Collingwood is much different than what would happen in the town of Wasaga Beach. We would also talk about the density. The density in the town of Collingwood is much greater, albeit the number of households isn't much different. The area or the size of the area is smaller. One other thing I'll share is that from library staff, we do have 8 additional library staff, but we also have a 22,000 square foot facility. The town of Wasaga Beach's library is much smaller, albeit it will be bigger very shortly because they are creating a MRF and that's included in their double pad. And I suspect again that including that new MRF facility will increase the number of full-time staff they may require. I'll also share that, of course, I noted earlier that the town of Wasaga Beach has been a longtime recipient of the OMPF fund, or the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. Over the last 5 years alone, they've received over $9 million, or an average of about $1.9 million per year. That's huge. A single percentage point for us is $370,000. So if we converted that 9.3 million, we could offset our taxation rate by 5%. It's huge. It's a big difference. I would say the final thing I'll wrap up with is they do have the casino now. And since the opening of the casino, they have received $400,000 in revenues. So again, another percentage point, and that's not been a full year yet. So we'll see what a full year's amount will equate to for them for sure. So we just wanted to make sure that we've heard a lot of questions about why there may or may not be differences between towns. There's just so many things that incorporate in that difference, from the types of services we do to the level of service we do, and then the grants we might receive. So I think that's all I have to say. We can wrap up my presentation, but I did think at some point we did want to refer to CEO Skinner just to go back to the engineering manager position.
Yep, we do. So now that your presentation, yeah, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Just if I may, through you, Chair, and this isn't, again, just seeking a clarification. You did bring up the chart. It's in front of us. In looking at the staff report, right below it, there's a paragraph where it's taking the municipal portion and saying that town of Collingwood would be 2,432 in comparison to Wasaga at 2,110 for a difference of 321. It says that the percentage for that is 13 and I get 15.2. So it was just, since the body of this says that, I thought that am I looking at something there that?
If I may, Madam Chair, I'm referring to the tax rate difference. So if you're referring to the amount of the difference, the 321, maybe that's the difference, because I'm looking at assessed value inclusive of that. That's possible. 321
as a factor of 2,110, the Wasaga Beach one, which I would have thought would have produced the
same. You're right. So that may be a mistake. I'd have to go back and look at my calculation.
Okay. And again, if that's what the case is, I wasn't trying to point out because it's just tremendous report.
Appreciate it.
Tremendous work all night. And so I just wondered about that.
Okay. So Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, I just have a general comment. I'm glad you, through you, Madam Chair, I'm just glad the treasurer's gone through the differences with Wasaga Beach. And it is really hard to compare. And I know some of our residents do. That's not really our job. We're trying to get the best, services provided here that we can afford. But someone had mentioned to me on the weekend that Agilitas has, doesn't offer anything to its residents. Like they're so simple in how they approach things. So I've just looked up, and you'll be interested to hear that under the recreation facilities, they say we offer green space, but here's the adjoining municipalities. As it's a link to the recreation facilities and as New Tecumseh and Base Borden. So I mean that's the other way for us to go. We'll start lobbying Wasaga to build more marinas. Anyway, thank you.
Other municipalities. Just before, because our next motion is going to be to receive draft 2. I was just wondering if you wanted to conclude with next steps.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please. I would love to conclude with the next steps. So, of course, the next step is our coffee with council on Wednesday. And we will start with a short presentation. What we're hoping to move to then is some mingling for our residents to speak to members of council, of course, and then talk to staff. We will have some storyboards on the tables to explain sort of the major things that we're doing for 2024 or expecting to do. And of course, there will be coffee and decaf and caffeinated coffee with some Timbits. So we will go forward with what we have here today, including some of the changes that we've made. That will be the presentation that will be made. And the next steps, we will bring forward in draft 3 the full capital budget. We had planned to bring it along with this report, but felt it was too much to cover in one evening. So the next draft will really be about the capital plan and also the 10-year plan on top of that. And we will update our budget book accordingly. And then, of course, we have the next dates that are coming up. So November 20th would be the 3rd draft of the budget.
Okay. Yep. Deputy Mayor.
Seeing how I announced a virtual meeting from 2 to 4, how do you plan on having that function?
If I may, Madam Chair. So we will have a virtual meeting from 2 to 4. Staff will present what we have. And what we're hoping to do is do polls of the items that we're doing. And the expectation is that the residents and businesses that do show up will be able to raise their hand and share their concerns, ask questions about, items they feel should or shouldn't be included or in things along that. There just won't be a physical sort of talking.
Okay. Yep. Mayor Hamlin.
So for the virtual session, will council be here or are we also going to be virtual?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think you could likely be at home. I didn't think we had planned on being in this room. So the link is online, I think, already. So yes, you can be wherever you want to be.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ring.
As far as the program goes, the information that's going to be shared, I know there's 2 different formats because one's virtual and then you explain what we were going to do in the in person. The information that you're going to provide though to each one, is it going to be the same?
Yes. Yeah. The information will be exactly the same.
Okay, the only reason I'm asking is because I had previously, before I knew we were going to have these registered in that South Georgian Bay Tourism AGM, and they kind of overlap, and I just wondered if I took off the last half hour or so and went to it, would that be okay?
Yeah.
The information will be exactly the same.
Yeah, it starts at 3:30. 3:30. No, it starts at 3:30 to 4:30 is the AGM, and then the socials after that.
You're thinking the poverty thing, that's in the wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, Madam Chair, to be perfectly honest, if we don't get participation, we will wrap up that virtual session earlier. As we last year, we got a lot less participation. I think we only had 12 people. So we were wrapped up within an hour and a half. But the evening session was much more participatory. So,
okay. All right. So under 5.1, We have a motion. We still have no public wishing to participate. Just checking there, Clerk Almus. That staff report T 2023-22, the 2024 operational and capital budget draft 2 be received. And that staff be directed to move forward to include the items as identified by members of council in the third draft of the budget. Gonna have a mover and seconder because can we reword that? That didn't make sense to me when I read it.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We'll reword that too. That staff be direct to incorporate the items as recommended herein today into the third draft of the 2024 budget.
Excellent. Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder for those first two? Mayor Hamlin, Councillor Ring. Any questions? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. And then the last motion, we'll let the CAO speak to first, and then we'll get a mover and a seconder and have a discussion. CAO Skinner.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I thought that it was important just to go over this one briefly because we did talk about it in the summer in July, but it's been some time since then. And it is one from a staff perspective that we feel is quite important. That said, Council has legitimate and very important cautions and considerations related to the town's expenditures. And I know there's been a number of you, perhaps all of you, who've approached new staff with caution and asked the appropriate questions before a decision is made. We do our best as staff to recommend that the town's money and staff resources are spent in areas that achieve your goals. That said, most of the engineering work is not optional. We talked about a good amount of it today. We have the wastewater and water treatment operations, so making sure that happens well every single day, all day and all night. The expansion of the water and wastewater treatment plants. Advice to the planning division and council about development applications and the monitoring of developments in flight. And you probably saw a really amazing presentation on all of this work that was summarized by Lindsay Ayers about 6 weeks ago or so. And it did talk about the many applications that have been brought forward. What's not always apparent is a contribution from engineering in these developments. So just as much as it's very important, and council does make the many of, if not all of the planning decisions outside of some that were had a mandatory delegation to staff recently by the province. Much of that preparation work and the recommendations are done by engineering, everything from whether the pipes under the roads that are proposed are sufficient and the types of roads and cross sections and the like. The road conditions and many of these assets, including an intelligent asset management approach that looks at every single road section, every single bridge and what is needed and when, comes through the engineering side. And where we even could defer projects, many of the projects that council could defer, it's not desirable to do so. So think of projects like the Transportation Master Plan, our grain terminals and the area improvements and how much engineering judgment is required on those pieces. So we do have a backlog that's been built up. There's a few reasons for that, but we've had sustained continued population growth, and we do have continued increases in our provincially mandated compliance requirements. Council had some hard decisions here in the last couple of weeks around things like sanitary and stormwater system operations and what has been required by the province. Our excess soil requirements that are new on how we manage soil and require that contractors and developers do within our town. And a new development framework proposed that means that we'll be turning back fees that are paid for people asking for making development applications if we don't make our decisions within the time limits. And then there's also mounting complexity and all the things that are coming to council and staff. We've got calls for lower speed limits, changes in how pedestrians and cyclists are conveyed within the town and what's acceptable in a cutting edge town like ours. We have what we're doing with the trees in our developments and what people expect with respect to green spaces. And of course, the many complexities related to climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. So what's happening overall within the engineering realm is that morale is suffering. The ability to feel that the work is complete and is well done, and that we've addressed the questions, for example, for people adjacent to projects or adjacent to developments, doesn't always get done. And then on top of that, the engineers themselves are licensed professionals. It takes 4 to 5 years to get through university. It takes 3 more years of licensing. And then every time you sign a document or make a professional recommendation, there's a potential that if something goes wrong, you'll be held before your professional association. Just like the College of Doctors and Surgeons or the Professional Planners Institute, engineers also have a regulatory committee that looks at that decisions are made appropriately in line with professional standards. And staff have stepped up. There was a comments earlier that we took very seriously around, can we, maybe this is short term, can they step up to cover absences or shortfalls? And that they have been doing that. We're now at the place where there is a foundational gap. And a few staff are moving toward or have reached the burnout stage. In July, Council was cautious and asked if we could hang on till October until the full budget was available to Council. And I know we're getting closer to that. And we thought at that time that was much better than a no. We wanted to know that Council was still open to understanding what these pieces are. However, now is a time when we need to go forward to start putting these resources in place. We have had one engineer tender their resignation to just looking at what was coming down the pipe here, and we want to make sure that we do keep a cadre of folks that are able to do this work. It is my professional advice that Council very seriously consider that the town does need another engineering resource as soon as it's practical, that we can go through the hiring steps. In the report, you'll see that with respect to the tax impact, it would be about $85,000 for a manager position, and given the difference between manager and director pay, up to $105,000 tax impact if it was at the director levels. Other charges related to this position would be accommodated within the non-tax pieces, the water, wastewater, and development fees that are paid by users of those services. If Council ultimately isn't comfortable with a person, then I would need to bring back an alternative that looked at consulting resources, roster use, those kinds of options. It would not be a cheaper option. This is a full year of work, and I do believe that in this position, continuity is important. Both from a technical perspective, that they understand where the infrastructure and the studies and what all those things say, but also to be in line with what Council has articulated as Collingwood's culture and values, and how you'd like to go forward with active transportation or other things that have been noted as important. So I just wanted you to have that full set of notes. None of them, very few of them, I think, are new to Council, but it is a serious piece. The 2%-ish base budget that was brought forward by staff does already include this position at the $85,000 amount. Because we thought it was so important that when we did our very hard cuts at the beginning about what was the true base of what we needed to go forward, we felt this was important. So as the chair was about to go on, this, if you endorse this, would allow the position to go forward for hiring now. Most payments would be most likely to start in 24. We would pay from contingency if there was any short period of time where that person would be working in 2023. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for the summary. The motion reads, and that Council pre-approve the proposed engineering position, and if the position is onboarded prior to year end, that the expense be supported through the operating contingency fund. Is there a mover and a seconder, please? Vice Chair Doherty and Councillor Baines. Discussion, please. think this one warrants a little bit of discussion. Yeah. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I thank the CAO very much for her overview of the need for this position. I have a sense when I'm just going to be really brutally frank, when I interact with the engineering department, be it our public works or be it water, wastewater, I feel that my sense is that staff are beleaguered. And in addition, in all my years, I have never seen such a requirement for staff not only to be doing the work that they do, which is because we're growing more and more every year, but to have a constant interface with our residents, and not all of it positive. A lot of it is negative. So I truly believe that the addition of this position is going to not only provide all of the good work that we have, that we want to achieve in the next few years, but it's going to significantly increase morale, and it's going to be a signal from council of our support and endorsement of those departments and the work they do. So I very much support this, and it's within the base budget, so definitely support it.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. When we were all elected, one of you, I think my colleagues, said Collingwood is too big to be small. And I think this is a perfect example of that. And use another expression, it's Gretzky's expression. You've got to go where the puck will be. The pressures that the town is under from so many different directions, if you will, so much of that depends upon engineering. There must be a quote for that. But for that, we have to have the tools to be able to respond. And I think this is part of it. So I'm all in support of this to get us to where we have to be. Thank you.
I'm looking for any other contra-minded position. Okay. I don't know. For myself, there's some questions that kind of go with this, because it's not that I don't support it or definitely see the need, but I need to know that we can find that 85,000 somewhere else. I'm happy to support it, but I think staff's going to have to find that 85,000 somewhere else and not ask us to cut it. And I'd be quite willing to support it if I could have a commitment from the going back in terms of reducing that 4.25. And that would be where my vote goes, because I'm having a really hard time finding where we're going to land on this. And it still seems really early to be trying to make something permanent that will not only impact this year, but our budget next year as well. So I do understand totally, but I think that if, I don't know if I can make a motion to that you would just go somewhere else and find that 85,000, because it is in the base. That meant that you took out something else that kind of got pushed onto us to make a decision on, right? Because that's kind of how it works. So we didn't have that opportunity in that process. So for me, I'm quite happy to support it if staff can find somewhere else for that 85 to come out. Yeah. Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. To me, that's not as important. To me, we're in a growth community, and engineering services for whatever department is not fluff. We're not talking about, I'll make a crazy example, like an extra Christmas tree on the main street. We're talking about getting the right, hard services in the ground. We're on the cusp of awarding $500 million water, $250 million water project. We're going to have a similar size wastewater project. We have new developments all over town where there's not enough engineers to go out and deal with the developers to make sure they're following up on their obligations under the development agreements. And some developers, they do everything that they're supposed to and more. Others need somebody on their back. And we don't have that. We just, like I'm saying, I believe a senior engineering person in a community like ours should be in the base budget. And I'm happy to have it there. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to contribute to the conversation before I call the vote? All right. So my vote on this is definitely predicated on staff being able to help us to get that 4.25 down some other way. All right. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that is carried. All right, so that is everything budget. 5.2, thank you, Director Culver, for being so patient over there and enduring. Oh, sorry. Did I miss something? Deputy Mayor? 5.2, Director Culver.
Thank you, Chair. Monica's our hard act to follow, so I'll do my best here. This is obviously a report returning after a budget approval that was done in principle for this year for 2023. And I think in review and looking back on the pause that was taken, I think Council correctly identified a dichotomy of intention when we were first positioning and bringing forward the arborist position. That dichotomy is kind of based in two things. One is the reality of our day-to-day as we receive questions, concerns, complaints, and requests for actions regarding trees that need to be managed and maintained adjacent to residential properties. And the other is a direction by the body of council going back to 2020 and actually even prior to that, where there was an interest in seeing our canopy grow and expand and become and maintained as a vibrant and important feature of Collingwood. Even in the OP, there's an aggressive target currently sitting in the OP. When you take into account growth, expansion, densification, there's a lot of work to be done to make sure that that canopy remains healthy. And currently we don't have that expertise in-house, nor do we have the policy work in place, nor are we providing appropriate standards to either ourselves or the developers in order to ensure we hit those targets. So the report you have in front of you was staff, and I'll mention that there are 3 departments involved in the production of this report, who all work together to try and figure out what it is the community is actually looking for and how can we find the right fit, the right starting point for this forestry division that was indicated back in the 2020 Urban Forest Management Plan. So what we've arrived at is something that's closer to, as close as possible to the forestry role, a forester type role, while maintaining some of the aspects of an arborist in terms of a forester looks at kind of the larger asset, the forest asset, and arborist looks at the tree and sees what needs to be done with it. So as we're kind of embarking upon this new division, we've kind of struck a bit of a common ground that says we need someone who can do a tree assessment, for example, who can respond to the resident and say, this is what's going to need to happen on that tree adjacent to your property. But at the same time, also take a look at development standards, take a look at, are we planting the right species in the right place, in the right soils, and doing all those things? Are we pruning properly? Are we maintaining and managing that forest that we want to keep? So that's the report in front of you. And I'm afraid that's all I have to say, and I can take any questions.
Okay. And just to confirm, these funds are or are not already included in the base?
If I may, Madam Chair, they are included in the base already.
Thank you. Okay. Assuming there's no public wishing to participate, that staff report PRC 2023-05 be received for council's information. I'll have a mover and a seconder for that one first, please. Vice Chair Doherty. Councillor Baines, nobody else lifting their arms to second anything? All right, so we're going to receive this. All those in favor? Opposed? We'll do that again. All those in favor, please raise your cards. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. And then secondly, and that council provide a final endorsement of a coordinator forestry position and approve the hiring of this position as per option A, which was selected during the 2023 budget. A mover and a seconder. Mayor Hamlin, Councillor Baines, discussion. Oh boy, everybody's getting low. Mayor Hamlin.
I think we're all fading.
I agree. I can see everybody going.
I have a question through you, Madam Chair, to Victor Culver. This is, in the 5 or so years I've been on council, I've heard, from innumerable residents about trees on boulevards, trees on their front lawn, trees everywhere that belong to the town. The branches are dying. The trees are dying. They're falling on their house. I mean, and we haven't had anybody. And I know, the aptitude for council to hire another staff person is low. And so I'm just wondering, we haven't been able to address this in the years I've been sitting here. If we don't hire a person, is there another solution? How can we handle? Never mind the trees we're planting now and want to make sure they're healthy and survive, and the other ones that we plant are, given the best chance. But even the ones that are a safety risk, how can we deal with this? Is there any other way? Thank you.
So through you, Chair, in terms of so I've been here for 9 years. And about 8 years ago, the director of public works at the time stood in front of council and talked about the emerald ash borer that was being signaled at that point. And here it is. It's here now. And actually, it's beyond here. We're seeing the devastation that's left. And it's going to go on for years. It is going to be 10 years from now. We're still going to be lamenting what we've lost regarding the emerald ash borer alone. In addition to that, there's new funguses that are entering our territory. There are new issues caused by climate change. Trees that were embedded in forests that are now forced to be perimeter trees don't have the same kind of strength to manage climate change and effects of high winds or extra UV or all these other things that are getting in the way. So what we're doing right now is we're holding on by the skin of our teeth. And we do that by utilizing third-party arborists who can come when they can because they're in extremely high demand. We get them to assess trees at a cost, not a cheap cost, and we usually get them to do a level 1 or a very preliminary assessment just to determine whether there's a hazard or a risk there. And if there is a hazard or a risk there, or they say there might be, then we have to get them to do others that tell us how we should manage it. Then the cost of taking a tree down is anywhere from, several hundred to thousands. And that's just on the tree management side. On the maintenance side, where council's put a 30+% canopy retention rate that they'd like to see happen over the longer period, we're not doing things like lifting trees, pruning trees, assessing trees for extra measures that might make them healthier. We're not managing forests, understanding what species mix are in there and how to properly maintain them. So we've got a long way to go. And really, I'm not saying this as I'm not saying this to be mean, but this is just the start. Depending on what councils of the future, yourselves and councils of the futures want, the forestry initiative is a large undertaking. This is just going to get us started where we have the in-house expertise to help guide that process, to get us started on going where we think where councils have said we need to go. So what would we do without this? We keep doing what we're doing. Which is contracting out tree removal, doing very little to no maintenance. We currently, without the generous donation of a donor, have any planting budget whatsoever. And we'd be relying on developers to do their best work to try and keep our canopy heading towards that 30% or maintaining it around that 30% rate. So this is where we're at, and I understand. I totally understand, and I've heard all the conversations tonight about staffing. Without this, I don't know how we get better.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Houston.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Director Culver. Just a couple of questions for clarification. So what we're voting on tonight is not just for a single staff addition. Is that correct? I'm looking at the financial impact of $260,000 that includes forestry contracted services and a vehicle purchase. Is that correct?
So through you, Chair. Yeah, what you're looking at in terms of expenses, maintaining the contracted services that we currently have. We have a contracted company, and actually I will say that Public Works, while we've been doing this sort of progress towards this report to council, Public Works has been managing the tree maintenance, tree management. They've been doing the removals to this point using the contracted services, and they've actually done a really good job. That list that we talked about back in May is a lot less. Having said that, that's that list. And as trees age and things happen, that list is going to continue to get larger. It doesn't go away. But we have been using contracted services. We would continue to use those, but we would have a body who's responsible for giving direction to that contracted services, as well as helping us with things like maintenance programs, development standards, all the policy work that we just can't do right now.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and also, the CAO gave me the universal truck sign, and we need to make them mobile. They need to be able to move. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just one follow up then, and I apologize. I should have asked this in advance of the meeting, but do you know what our 2023 costs are for contracted services, and will I'm looking at 100,000 with this position. Are we saving any money by hiring this position?
Here, the short answer is no. And the reason is because there's lots more and almost an infinite amount of work to do. And also this position isn't really a chainsaw wielder, as it were. We still need people to work the chainsaws at this point. And in the future, I'd love to see that become an in-house opportunity, but that's where we are today. But I'll defer to the treasurer regarding the expenses to date.
Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Houston. I'll just add on the truck discussion too, that it is development charge funded. So there is no impact to the tax base for the truck itself. With respect to how much we've spent so far this year on the contracted services, I think we're in the neighborhood of about 80,000 so far. We did take a look at that time. I also wanted to share that the 110 that's included for contracted services for 2024 is an increase of about 30,000 over what we generally spent in years past. So we always had $80,000 associated with this particular service that we contracted out. Understanding that with the 80,000, we weren't able to keep on top of the list that has gone quite well this year. And I think that 80,000 that we've spent so far will meet closer to 110 by the time the year's finished.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. A couple of things. I get perturbed when I hear, we look back, I don't know how we got by so many years doing such a, with the resources we had, we did such a good job, the community, and I hear now, things need to change. I don't know. I look at the Public Works Department and the removal, and I don't know why we have contracted services. I mean, we have 20 staff that we pay full time on full wages and benefits and union contracts. and you know, they've taken away contract work or sidewalk work. They've taken away a lot of sewer work, or it's gone to be contracted out. So what do we do with 20 staff that we have sitting all summer long and we're paying them, and then we go and contract out for a forestry or department where this stuff should still stay internal, and I remain that I don't believe that we should be contracting this out. And a few years back when this came upon us, there was a summer engineering student that did their schooling and came and did an assessment of trees, and I don't think it would be at this cost. So I really want to question we're paying our full-time staff now. What jobs are they doing? So that's my question. Thanks.
Okay. Is that facetious, or you actually want? I want to understand.
I look at this point here as we, for many years, dating way back, the Public Works Department always looked after the trees, always looked after the maintenance of the trees, always looked after the removal of the trees. They had the equipment, they had the resources, they had the trucks, and they had the expertise and, the equipment. Now we have that same body of department with the same amount of staff, and we're looking at taking another department, contracting out and doing something, different. So with understanding how the Public Works Department now used to do sidewalk work and a lot of jobs they would have to take under their umbrella, there's been some time freed up. And I look at, why are we contracting out this service when we have the resources internally, we have the professional experience of removing trees and cutting trees and trimming trees. I just don't see at this point why we're adding this additional cost again when we have it right on the 10th line. So maybe not an answer I can get tonight, but I remain the fact that we should be remaining internal with this job. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chairman Jeffrey. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Potts' assessment. I just walked the trails just the other day, and I saw hundreds of trees that are marked. If we don't have the people that know what they're doing, is people just randomly going and spraying trees to be cut down. Obviously, somebody's had to go and identify the trees that maybe have to come down. So, we're getting that done. We're not hiring a person to take a chainsaw and go out and do it themselves. We're going to hire another person that's going to sit in an office or not get his hands dirty. That's not getting the trees down. We're still going to have to hire contractors. It's I think at this time we've got too much on our plate as far as the budget goes right now. I think we should start looking at reducing instead of adding to it. And I don't think this is a job that we can't get by at least another year without heaven. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. We're getting behind in terms of our urban canopy management. We have urban forestry management plan that has been sitting on a shelf for, I think, 7 years with nothing done because we don't have anyone to do it. We have a population who are more interested and more concerned about our urban canopy than I've ever seen. Every time we have a major development application come, we have residents standing here concerned about the loss of canopy and how it's going to be replaced. I see very old trees now coming down on all of our tree streets. And I have residents saying to me how alarmed they are at the loss of these trees. And there's no indication that they are being replaced. We're just getting behind. We don't have the people. It may be that the on the ground work in terms of cutting, trimming, removal can be achieved by our internal staff, be they in Parks and Rec or be they in Public Works, but we need somebody to oversee it. And that's what this proposal is all about, in my view, is someone to plan it and oversee it. In addition, we are working on a climate change mitigation plan. Urban forest is part of that, like it or not. It's a very important part of it. And also we will be looking at a stormwater management. And I hope very much that part of that stormwater management plan is going to be natural stormwater management, and trees figure into that in a very significant way. Geez, what else can I say? I was down in Toronto a couple of weeks ago, and I'm driving around the city, and I can't believe in a largest city in Canada that they have a canopy that's larger than ours. So, you know, it's somewhere we have to say, make the commitment to it. And I believe that we do have sufficient support among our residents to do this. And again, it is within our base budget. So I'm very much in support of this recommendation. I will vote accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. To my friends across the aisle, I suppose you'd say, beside me, I cannot address the issue of the efficiency of staff doing the trimming, if you will. I hear my friend's point about that. That's up to the managers and the CAO to determine that efficiency. But the value added in this whole presentation is the full-time arborist and forester who may be under the Public Works umbrella, but that's really what this is all about. And if necessary, I could see perhaps severing out the forestry contracted services, but the full-time arborist and forester we've wanted for so long. Let's not lose that over this, if you will, disagreement about the more manual labor portion of this. Then we disagree on that. I think it's the arborist forester here that really is the value added, the brains to pull the strategy together for the value of an urban forest concept of 35%. So I'm very much in support of this. Thank you.
Okay. You know, standing on the grain terminals in our tour a few weeks ago, and how we look down at that canopy, and it's pretty spectacular. I think it's part of our identity, and the tree streets are just part of that. So while I hear what Councillor Potts and Councillor Ring are saying, and anybody here has been, you know, voting against hiring, because I mean, we have a lot of jobs we haven't filled. So I feel like there's a lot of money sitting in the budget for jobs we're not filling, but it's still sitting there. Or, you know, and I get the comments in the public, we're management heavy. We haven't got any workers. And I was pleased to look down here and see this say coordinator, but who will also, I'm assuming, be doing some work. They may not be chainsaw wheeling, as Director Culver said, but you know, it's a part of who we are, and I don't know. It pains me, but I think I'm going to have to support having this, because I think it's going to be critical for us in so many ways moving forward. And it's one of those cost savings versus costs now going forward. So. Councillor Perry's wanting to add something.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I know you're supposed to be the last to speak, but while you were speaking, I
can speak again.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, I'm very hesitant on adding any staff, but this is kind of I'm thinking along the lines you are as well. I've been walking the trails around here for years, and I've seen the yellow markings on all the trees that are supposed to be coming down, and they're faded now and the trees are still there. And whether that's direction on what to take, how to manage that, and what areas need to be taken down. Now the trees are remarked, probably more of them now are remarked. And I'd hate to see the fact that they still stay marked, and 5 years down the road, the trees are still there. There are quite a few that are in dangerous areas now, whether it's property or people walking on trails. So I'm hesitantly, but I'm going to support this for those reasons. Simply, it's too important to the town.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more cards. Oh, yep, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much. I'm probably going to get myself into trouble here, but anyways,
No.
Yes, I agree with what's being said here in a lot of cases. I just don't think just hiring another person that's not going to get those trees down any faster if they have to be coming down is the way to go, just to say that we've got an arborist on staff. I can't see where one person's going to get that done. As Councillor Perry just alluded, he's seen trees marked now for years. Now they're faded, they're being remarked. So that means obviously we failed long before this budget year. And that goes back to who's in charge of it. And if it's been the works department, maybe we have a manager in the works department that's not doing his job. And it's just a question, and this is probably what's going to get me into trouble, is are we hiring this person and they have the same opportunity when they're hired to sign a waiver and work from home? Because that's not going to get the trees down any faster if that's the case.
Okay. So maybe if we more diplomatically put your question is this a job that would qualify for remote work? Okay. Dr.
Through you, Chair. No, this would be very much a hands-on job.
Okay, thank you. There you go. All right. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Noted, that's carried. All right, we have 10 minutes before I need to do another. We're going to have to extend anyway, but I think we'll go right to 5.4. I don't know that, can we do that before? I can extend in the middle of it. Okay. All right, so the deputy mayor is going to be recusing himself from 5.4.
Chair, I believe this will be your last item, so I'm going to take leave of the meeting completely.
All right, so before you go, then let's just do a motion to defer items 5.3 and 5.5. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Houston, Councillor Perry, all those in favor of deferring? That is carried, and then we'll move to 5.4. And
as I do when I ever have a conflict, I always review the video afterwards. Okay. So I felt if there was somebody from the public who spoke with the 5 minutes available, I will catch that when I review the video. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You too. All right. So let's just do the motion to extend so I can get this. When did I extend last time?
8:30, but started at
4. Oh, forget that. Let's keep going.
Extend when we go to 11.
Not a chance. That is not happening. All right. So 5.4 PRC 2023-04, update to unopened road allowances and public water access locations, and back over to Director Culver.
Thank you, Chair. Around about the middle of last year, I think it was, Public Works brought forward an opportunity to classify road allowances. And so council endorsed an approach that had them differentiated by into 3 different categories. After we did that, identified all of the road allowances based on whether they would provide water access or not. We were approached by residents requesting that the road end at Lakeview Road, I think it is, be modified to allow or to enhance or to provide opportunity for water access for nearby residents. So we, and I'll admit, and I know that the residents may be a little bit frustrated with this because it did take us a while to move through all the different parts of a brand new program that was invented a year ago. But after consultation with the MVCA regarding any shoreline potential, damage or hazards that might be caused by making the modification, doing a legal survey to make sure that we understood the boundary lines of the property, and then doing a quick internal review based on the program that council had approved. We're before you to recommend that Lakeview allowance be moved from a category 3, which is a non-maintained road water access, to a category 2, which is a moderately maintained water access. Within the report, you'll see that nominal costs are applied, and that we think we can get it done pretty straightforward and easily, and make some of those neighborhood residents very happy.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right. Okay. So the motion is that staff report PRC 2023-04 update to unopened road allowances and public water access locations be received. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Vice Chair Doherty and Mayor Hamlin. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously, and that council approve the revised water access categorization of location number 6, Lakeview Avenue, from a category 3 to a category 2. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Perry, Councillor Baines. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. We have no consent agenda items this evening. I had 2 other business, and I don't know if there's still 3 actually. So I'll start with Councillor Potts, who had booked his time here.
Thanks, Chair Jeffrey. I received some concerns on St. Marie Street on the parking from Hume Street to Hamilton Street on the west side, and the concern there, I guess for probably as long as the parking's been there, is cars are coming in for the day and parking and going to their workplaces or visiting the dentist office or whatever they may be doing. And it's very troublesome for some homeowners to get out of their driveway. Cars are blocking, a quarter of the entranceways, and or just being there and making it very difficult for residents to get out. There was some concerns brought forward, and responses that were given was that it was recommended that the homeowners backed into their laneways, and I have some mixed feelings on that. And really, the residents aren't opposed to the parking on the side of the road. They're certainly not against it. They're just looking for options of potentially pavement, like paint markings or some signage. And just pretty much the same as like Elgin Street. When you look at it, it's a lot of residential, a couple churches on Elgin, but looking at having the areas painted so that it would maybe help when people are parking, that they're being fair to the residents. I don't know if this has been brought forward before. There was some reference that there might have been some discussions with previous members of council, but I think looking at with the Monaco being done now and having all commercial space on the bottom, I don't know if their parking lot may overflow onto St. Marie. But I just look at, and if I have to make a motion later, I certainly can, but I just looking to see if there is potential that we can look at this. It is a concern. So I'll wait and see if there's any other comments on it.
Okay. Clerk Amos, we could have a response perhaps, but that's something should be a notice of motion to have staff investigate some opportunities there, or?
So I'm not too familiar with this one. So like I'm contemplating through the chair to Councillor Potts whether when I have our parking staff out and about that's monitored, because any sort of site triangle is something that can be enforced right now, and I don't know if that's been an issue, but I think we can take it offline right now. And then I'll have a conversation, and if a notice of motion would be required in the future that might be helpful, then we can do that if that works.
That's great. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, just to follow up through you, Chair, I think some residents are frustrated that, and from my understanding, there's been some, I don't know if there's been some previous studies, or they're worried that it's just going to fall into the dead air. And again, after bringing the concerns forward a couple months back, and I happen to drive down St. Marie Street more often now just to kind of see for myself, and it is an issue, and I think maybe if we can try to rectify some stuff that we don't always have to be on the phone 10 times a day to bylaw, maybe to free up those resources would be something that we could look at. But I do intend, I would make a motion. I don't necessarily have to do it tonight, but it's something I will be bringing back if I don't hear anything in the very near future.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll let staff go offline with it, and we'll get back to you.
The option is providing we have 2 weeks to see if it's
Sure. Yeah. So you can just provide notice now, and then you can always pull it if you don't need it.
Okay, so do I have okay, so what I'm looking at is staff to bring back a report to council with options to help identify the existing parking spots between Hume Street and Hamilton Street on the west side, and with future consideration of line painting of parking stalls, potential parking meters, and or 2-hour limit parking signage.
Okay, thank you for the notice. Did you have anything further you wanted to add, Director Slam, at this point, or just wait for offline?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to speak to one of the items that Councillor Potts mentioned, which was possibly a previous consideration of this no parking request. And it is a question that I'll follow up with bylaw through Clerk Almas, but I do believe that this came forward in the parking as a no parking request that was considered in the last update of the parking bylaw, but staff could confirm that. I just wanted to mention that I think that is maybe the previous time that this was brought forward. Also, I just wanted to remind council that, of course, as mentioned by Manager West earlier this evening, there is an item in the operational plan for engineering to develop a policy that would look at how staff will accept and consider no parking requests. And since that has been on the operational plan, engineering has just been collecting no parking requests so that they can be considered under the new policy when it's developed. So that would be another option to have this location be just kind of added to the list for consideration in the future.
All right, thank you very much. Mayor Hamlin, I thought you potentially had other business. Was it a notice of motion you were going to give? No, we solved it. Excellent. Vice Chair Doherty.
I do.
Well, I had you on my list too. I just had Mayor Hamlin down for some reason.
Thank you. This would be a notice of motion that staff report back to council on the notion of converting all traffic signals to include automatic walk signalization versus the on-demand that we have at some of our locations. And also to report back on the, I don't know how to word this, the consistent operation of advanced green lights, which it doesn't seem to be consistent at all signals.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible. I know. I'm sorry.
It's fine. All right. And I just through to the CAO, the testing that was done for the timing for crossing. Do you know where that's at?
Chair Jeffrey, I don't, but I do recall that we were looking at advanced pedestrian timing on some signals that were more heavily used by pedestrians, particularly those who took a little longer to cross the street. So we will follow up on that.
So that can all go together. Okay, great. All right, thank you for that. Mayor Hamlin, I am sure you had one because it was outside of what we were talking about. And I said you might want to pursue that outside of this going forward.
No, I brought
You-
it to the top.
Okay, well, you can do it again when it comes to mind because it's not coming to my mind.
Had to do with the pipeline.
All right.
I raised it.
Okay, all right, we're all good? Okay. All right, there's no motions this evening, public delegations, we have none. So all we need is adjournment. Counselor Potts, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody.